Alright. I am glad I made a duplicate of this because if I didn't, I probably would be screwed right now. It took me another 10 minutes to get everything set up. I think we're stable now. I don't know what causes my computer to act like that. But for some reason, for whatever reason, whenever I start a stream and it's been a couple of days with it being on without restarting, it just acts up for, and I can't explain why. I'm learning more and more about computers as I do this, but obviously there's still some things I'm trying to understand here. In any case, though, hope everybody's doing well. It's a big event today. Already got a tornado warning that's ramped up pretty nicely over the last little bit here. I'm intrigued to see how this evolves from that point. So expect it to be a little bit more in the way of convection over here towards this region. So eventually we'll see this morph into a line of storms. But as of right now, we still have a lot of potential for discrete cells starting out. And these discrete cells may have the potential to produce some strong to violent tornadoes. Rotation doesn't look exceptionally strong at the moment, which is good news. But we'll have to just kind of keep an eye on it and go from that point. I anticipate that we're going to be sounding the siren a lot today, so for those of you that are fans of it. But, yeah. Yeah, sorry, Isaiah. The other stream kind of glitched out. Hard to say right now, Drew. Hard to say, to be honest. But yeah, Isaiah, the other stream had glitched out, man. I think you're more in line to honestly get damaging winds, if I'm being honest, Drew, versus tornadoes. Not to say that you can't get it, but I think the tornado threat, or the worst of the tornado threat, should be south of you. But with the environment that we have, being as high-end as it is, I wouldn't take anything off the table. That's just my honest opinion at this point. Thing is, the SPCs even mentioned that in their discussions. So really, you could get a little bit of everything. Even in South Dakota, we got tornadoes already. We've gotten damaging wind reports. And we can anticipate seeing some more before all is said and done. But yeah, sorry, Isaiah. Stream was glitching out, and I had to end up restarting my computer. I honestly made a duplicate template on accident, and that's probably what confused you. But it is exactly what allowed me to get back on immediately, which was huge. But yeah, sorry about that, man. Yeah. What is it? So why is the 10% significant risk for tornadoes? It's just like I was saying earlier, that the threat seems to be greatest as we go further to the south. The best tornado parameters are further to the south. You can still get a tornado watch because conditions are favorable, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you could get a strong to violent tornado. The best parameters for that are definitely over towards areas like Wichita, maybe over towards areas maybe south of Lawrence towards maybe Garnett, of course Oklahoma City, Norman. Those guys I'm expecting the greatest risk for. You guys up to the north kind of have a mixed bag, but the further north you go, I think you're leaning more towards damaging winds and hail than you are tornadoes. That looks somewhat suspicious right there. Also, we have to pay extra close attention to these storms today due to the simple fact that this environment is so explosive. You can see a small tornado touchdown, and within a short period of time, this would become a very large, destructive tornado very quickly. Yeah, we know Waffle House never closes. I mean, a little bit much to say. It's not, no, what was I going to say? Waffle House isn't necessarily doomed, but it's not great to be at Waffle House, but still. Don't say that they're doomed. That's kind of negative. SBC said they think that there could be embedded tornadoes within the line. You can get strong tornadoes within the line. That's why I'm saying don't say never. That's really what I'm getting at there. I'm not saying that you can't get it, and I'm not saying that you won't get it. Great example is the April 27th outbreak in 2011. There was actually a QLCS that went through Alabama, in particular in the morning hours leading up to the main event. But there were some tornadoes in that QLCS that were rated EF3. Not to scare anyone, but it can happen, and this is the kind of environment where it can happen too. That is a really interesting radar signature right here. It's over towards Pawnee Rock and 56 here, Highway 56. So right now, this is our only tornado warning too. So at the moment, we're kind of cruising along, but I do expect activity to ramp up as time goes on. This is the kind of environment where as we get later to the day, into the day, this is only going to ramp up. QLCS, strong tornado, sounds horrifying. Yes. Sounds terrible. It's just as bad. Yep. More often than not with those QLCS tornadoes, they can be rain wrapped. And usually they're pretty fast moving when you have a QLCS as well. So it can be pretty bad. It can be pretty nerve-wracking. I've had my close calls with them as well, living where I live. Because you can get a nice little squall line to pop up sometimes during the summer around here in Georgia. And sometimes you get a quick little spin up. And and the thing is, it usually happens really fast. It happens like really fast. Okay, so let's go ahead and get things set up here while we're at it. We'll play music at times on this stream tonight, but we're going to be putting a lot more focus on the weather given the heightened risk for today. Let's try to keep while I'm not trying to necessarily be hard on people, let's try to keep the doom and gloom to a negative here. The event hasn't started yet, and we can always hope for the best. Maybe this doesn't do much. That'd be the best case scenario. High risk can bust. There have been events where they've kind of busted out, and when I say bust, I don't mean that nothing happens. I mean they underperform. I think that's, for lack of a better term, is an underperformance of a high risk. That's best case scenario, and it can happen. There aren't many fail parameters with it, but it's not impossible. Yep, May 20th, 2019. Great example. Great example, Seaweed. Who's to say that that can't happen? Who's to say that it can't happen? So we're here in case it goes bad, but if it's not, then it's a win. Because obviously we don't want people's lives to be turned upside down. So in the meantime, while we're looking at this tornado warning here, it's only one. Although I'm seeing something a little interesting with this storm. Though I had a little merger just now, it did have an interesting shape for a brief period of time, and then I also see a splitting happening here. So I want to watch this storm over here to the bottom of this split here. I think that's going to be a storm that tries to ramp up and maybe even go tornado warned, if not produce. We'll just have to see how things pan out with that. Also, make sure you guys are hitting that like button, by the way, man. Definitely make sure you're hitting that like button. Let's try to get this out to as many people as we can. We're going to try to do our part tonight to help out with the watch and warning process. Not everybody watches the news. A lot of people like to venture around on YouTube, and if weather's bad in their area, maybe they'll see us. Starting to see an increase in coverage over here towards western Oklahoma. And this was expected to be like the hot spot here, so might be time to really hunker down here in the next few minutes and focus. Now things are still pretty calm. Okay. Trying to make sure that this isn't too loud for you guys. Just let me know in chat if it is or isn't. Yeah, I'm trying to be careful with the music. I know not everybody's a metal fan, and that's okay. So I'm just trying to work with this as best as I can. So they've allowed the tornado warning to expire momentarily. I do see the potential for it to be reissued though. I do see that there's still some rotation, albeit weak rotation at the moment on this storm still towards Great Bend. So the next tornado warning, it looks like we can sound the siren for that one. Let's go ahead and look at some storm chaser feeds while we're at it. Probably going to be going on to a bunch of these throughout the stream here. Let's look at the storms here. One of these does have a tornado possible tag, by the way. Okay. Grab my phone. Okay. Alrighty. So we got a couple of feeds here now. I'm gonna try to go ahead and get things switched over here so where we can get their sound on. Might turn the music down just a hair. Like I said, I don't know what's going on with the latest Radar Omega update, but the volume of these storm chasers, I tell you, has dropped. It's like I can barely hear these guys nowadays. I remember before, volume was super loud. Now, this is Brandon Kopic we're looking at here. All right, let's get that. So we'll try and keep 2 feeds up at a time. We'll just kind of chill out for a little bit and just wait and see what happens next. Brandon's on a pretty good looking storm here, by the way, folks. I'm interested in seeing what that one will end up doing. This is a tornado possible tagged severe thunderstorm, by the way, and also has potential for up to golf ball sized hail as well. Isaiah, might want to read that back, buddy. I'm not even mad at you. I'm just wanting you to kind of read that back and just be like, No. So I look for swelling cumulus. Swelling cumulus is the term you would look for. There's a way to keep it clean. Yeah, swellers. That's what I call them. I look for, whenever you're looking for storms outside, you're looking for swellers. Swelling cumulus. There you go. Swellers. Just call them swellers, man. If somebody tries to make that dirty, at least they have to try. Yeah, don't call them don't call them whatever that was. But if you want to spell cumulus, you spell it as Cumulus. Swelling cumulus. That's what you look for, man. You got to be more careful. So it looks like we lost our tornado warning over here towards Kansas for right now. Ooh, he's got a lot of delay on him right now, Brandon does. Yikes. He has a lot of delay, that boy does. That boy Brandon has a lot of delay. That's a nice lowering, by the way. It's a very nice lowering with this storm here. That's going to have to be watched. This could be that night where we see a lot of action here, and we're only in the early phases, of course. Could be a big evening if things do verify. If they don't, then that's a win, honestly. Anyone that's tuning in for the first time this evening, we have a very rare, very dangerous high risk ongoing in the Central Plains this evening for severe weather. Everything's on the table and could be significant. Threat of strong to violent tornadoes exists. They have a high risk for that. They have the threat for up to 4-inch hail or maybe even larger, and hurricane force wind gusts as well. So could be a long night here. We'll have to see how things pan out. But if you are watching, if you know anyone in these areas, definitely try to make sure that they're staying weather aware, especially if things start to go downhill here. Right now, we're in the early phases of this event. Now we're watching the storm chaser feeds here, and these guys are currently on the prowl. They're more or less just waiting to see how these storms end up turning out here. We're in the, like I said, we're kind of in the initiation stages. It's going to be as these storms mature as to when I think we will start to see the more significant severe weather here. Like I said, we're really just at the beginning here. Another way you can help keep people weather aware is to hit that like button. That's going to help us get into the algorithm a little bit better here, as we have a new tornado warning, and this looks like it's right here in northern Kansas. The siren got turned off when I had to restart the computer here, so give me a second to find it now. Where is it? Where's my siren at? There we go. Okay, there we go. Tornado warning is for Nichols County and Webster County. These are actually in south central Nebraska. So this is capable of producing a tornado. It's a radar indicated tornado near Cowles, or 28 miles southeast of south of Hastings, moving northeast at 45. Cannot read to save my life today. This radar indicated storm. This is going to be heading towards Lawrence, Nebraska in the next 6 minutes. With the environment that we have today, this could drop a tornado very quickly. So don't play around with this. Make sure you are taking shelter if you are in southern Nebraska right now. This definitely has the look of maybe a QLCS tornado. It's got a nice little hook on it here to go with it. You can clearly see it. Here's a look at that hook right there, and right in this point will be where the tornado ends up being. What we want to know is how strong is that rotation, and it's looking actually pretty impressive here. So like I said, Lawrence, Nebraska, you have about 5 minutes before this heads your way. This is moving at a pretty solid clip here too, so you are right in the beeline here. The best parameters, especially with low-level jets, going to be a little bit later, Seaweed. So I honestly think it could be a little worse. Then again, you have more daytime heating if you get a slightly earlier start. But I think once the storms were to get going, I don't think it really matters that much at this point. I mean, the parameters are in such abundance to where timing doesn't necessarily matter. Hey, what's up, Florida girl? Atlanta, Florida girl. Appreciate you tuning in here. Could be looking at a big one here. Could be looking at a big day. Seen a couple of tornado reports before the stream started. That's your tagline when you go to your other buddy's page. Well, I'm glad you're using it here too. I appreciate it. Looks like this might have just kind of surged up some rotation real quick, and now it looks like it's already starting to diminish a bit. That hook is still there though. Probably couldn't hear that very well because, I mean, the mic's alright. It's nothing incredible though. Is Baconator chasing? Not today. I don't know if I don't think his uncle's out in this either. If he is, he's probably doing it solo. This is one of those red letter days, so I don't know. I would be willing to chase in it. Well, I mean, like I said, see, with the environment being as it is, and the thing is, the low-level jet strengthens a little bit after sunset. So, nocturnal wedges definitely sound terrifying. Yeah, you just do the big days. Well, at that point, you just kind of have to prepare for what you could see, because this could be ugly today. You would be scared to chase this? Honestly, I wouldn't blame you, Isaiah. Days like this can be very dangerous. I mean, storm chasing itself always can be dangerous, but days like this, one wrong move could have dire consequences. And then just the stuff that you see on red letter days like this, or the stuff that you can see, it's, like I said, it's nothing to play with. Oh yeah, chaser convergence today is definitely going to be a big thing. But then again, there's also a lot. We're also going to be in an environment where we can expect quite a few supercells. So maybe, and I mean maybe, we might not have too bad a convergence here. You're watching a video where they put all the 2011 videos together. You watched one of the compilations. Yeah, I remember those days. Lived through it. Atlanta didn't get hit, but we had several that were nearby. The, what was it? The Ringgold tornado went only a couple counties north of mine. Because that storm had passed through Rome before it would ultimately ultimately hit Ringgold. Then there was another tornado towards the Grange. And then I think there were a couple others in Georgia that were pretty significant. The Rainsville storm that hit Alabama was rated EF5, did end up going into Georgia too, but it kind of downtrended in strength just a little bit. Looks like they've issued a new polygon for this storm though. Definitely looks like it's still very much rotating at this point. Although the rotation does look like it's starting to weaken, which is good news. Like I said, we're in the early phases of this, so by no means are we even close to done yet. But at least at the very start, we don't have our hands full. I think that was the either it was the Philadelphia, Mississippi tornado, or maybe it was the Rainsville, Alabama tornado. It was one of the two. But I do remember that particular report. A not storm chaser, but a storm shelter was destroyed or compromised. I think it was Rainsville when I think about it. That day was pretty intense though. I do remember that. That was one of the first ones that I tried to hand at forecasting, and it was kind of a mixed bag for me. I figured out what was going on, then I also tried to figure out a particular target. My own personal target area didn't go up, which was kind of good for them, because I'm pretty sure the people of Thomaston would not have been happy about a tornado going through their area. But without being taught to figure out that there was a 100-mile-per-hour jet at about 34,000 feet, or a trough at 34,000 feet going 100 knots plus was a yeah. Yeah, that was my first ever forecast, was the 2011 super outbreak. So yeah, quite quite a story to tell. But I don't think anyone who predicted that day was expecting anything along those lines like what we ended up getting. I'm almost wondering, I've been around for a long time. Well, I mean, I'm actually almost 30. I'm turned 30 this year, but I've been interested in weather for a long time. I haven't been on YouTube that long, though. I've only been on YouTube for about two and a half, like close to 2.5 years. But yeah, I remember that day. I remember looking at the kinematics for that day, and looking at that low level jet, not low level jet, but the upper level jet. Just like, I don't think that. I was just thinking to myself, I don't think that's quite right. Because I remember looking at a couple outbreaks before, because that whole month, April 2011, was a record setter. It was, what was it? Maybe middle of April, we had an outbreak that was near where I lived. Nothing really came of it towards my area, but I remember Alabama getting hit pretty hard, and some parts of northwest Georgia. And I studied that one a little bit to kind of use as a point of reference. Then it was after that where I started trying to figure things out more. And then I remember at first the day looked like it was going to be the big day looked like it was going to be the 28th. Then it was 25th, then it was 26th. And then in the last couple of days it kind of fell on the 27th. And then it kind of was flip-flopping between 26th and 27th. New tornado warning, by the way. I have not seen the PDS warning probabilities right now, Isaiah. I will be looking at that in just a second, though, with this new tornado warning that we have. And this is on Brandon Coppock's storm. This is on Woods County, Alfalfa County, Major and Woodward counties in northwestern Oklahoma. This storm is capable of producing a tornado. It's 4 miles northwest of Quinlan, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Also has the potential to produce golf ball sized hail. So other locations we'll have to watch for: Alva, Winoka, Tacoma, Quinlan, Avert, and Hopeton. With this kind of environment, again, like we mentioned before, you do not want to be playing with these storms. These can quickly produce tornadoes, and quickly these tornadoes can also strengthen. Go ahead and look at this storm here. There's some rotation right there. Not the most incredible rotation I've seen, but like I said, we're in the right environment for this to flare up very quickly. So all we can do is just watch this really close. Checking the watch probabilities right now. My goodness. This is what you call a PDS tornado watch here, by the way, folks. You don't see these get issued for nothing. The overall tornado threat is above 90%, 95%, with the chance of strong to violent tornadoes above EF2 being at 90%. The overall severe risk is greater than 95%, so a lot of confidence. You have to have a lot of confidence in a setup in order to issue one of these. Rarely do these miss. So here we are, 2 tornado warnings right now. Game is beginning to start here. I do think that this tornado warning will be allowed to expire momentarily. The rotation's weakened. I don't think we ever got a tornado on the ground with that one. But, like I said, we're just getting to the start of this here. I think the peak time is still probably a couple hours away, if not even later than that from now. So we got 2 angles on this storm here. We have Brandon Kopic right here on the left side of the screen, and then Connor Croft to the right. Connor can kind of see the storm from a different angle. Doesn't necessarily look the most incredible, like the most incredible thing I've seen on radar, but like I said, this can very easily strengthen quickly. Definitely need to be watching this extremely close. Storm is also beginning to produce more lightning, which is also a sign that it's strengthening as well. Starting to form a nice little hook here too. So like I said, storm could easily ramp up here in the next little bit. So appreciate all the love. We're getting close to 10 likes already. Just awesome. Within the first hour of the stream, and it's probably going to be a long stream too. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button too, by the way. Oh, here we go with Brandon's little thing with being out here in the countryside. He always makes little puns about cows. It's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. Looks like Connor's speed, he's starting to get into that precipitation now. The thing about these cells as we get later into the evening as well is that we're expecting a lot of high precipitation supercells and maybe even a few rain wrap tornadoes over towards Kansas, maybe even towards Nebraska as well. So definitely need to be on watch towards these regions. There's that hook beginning to uptrend a bit more, just like I was mentioning. Yeah, this supercell right here towards Winoka is looking pretty solid now. The structure on it's definitely improving as well. So definitely paying close attention to that. Still have 2 tornado warnings right now. We have an observed tornado in Tennessee right now. We have an observed tornado in White and DeKalb counties in Tennessee. This is located over Smithville right now. It's moving east at 25. It's a radar confirmed tornado. We need to watch the Baker's Crossroads over towards this area too. We're gonna have to sneak our way over there really quickly. I didn't expect Tennessee to really be in the action. They're at a marginal risk. Like I said, it doesn't matter what kind of severe threat you have. You always have to watch the weather. This is a great example right now. Oh, and there was a camera over here earlier too. Hey, it's like that sometimes, man. That event that we were talking about on Discord that hit Ohio in mid March, that was an overperformer. I remember that one pretty vividly. Happened on a Saturday. We were thinking that mainly that area that was gonna end up being a little too dry because of the dew points. And about maybe a couple hours before, that's when we started seeing the models trending into those 60-degree dew points for that area. And then, lo and behold, boom. That's all it took. Still dealing with some really strong winds over towards DeKalb, too. Let's go ahead and look at velocity here. Still seeing some pretty good signs of rotation here. We were a little late catching that one. Yeah, I do think that this was probably when that tornado was on the ground. It was just north of Midway. That's when the rotation was strongest, I should say. When it was going through the northeast side of Smithville here. I don't disagree with that, Siwi. Not at all. I'm with you there. It does look like this is starting to weaken, though, which is good news. Yep, there's that debris signature. It looked like it was there for a moment. It didn't look like it was incredibly strong, but definitely there. Definitely present for a little bit. It does look like the debris signature is also kind of dropped off too. Guess we can go back towards the Oklahoma storm, but we'll keep an eye on Tennessee. We might switch back. I'm pretty sure the Oklahoma storm is not produced right now, so I'm not too concerned with it. But I'm keeping an extra close eye on it still. Good luck. Good luck, Baconator. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Hopefully you do well. Like I said, man, good luck. You're gonna need it. And again, in all fairness, I'm not great with composite forecasts myself either. So, I mean, it wouldn't be, if you mess up, it's not the end of the world. I'll say that much. Just do the best you can. If you don't need the luck, then you don't get the luck. How about that? I'll take all my luck back then. You better get it right too. How about that? Yeah, you better get it right. Oh, 90% will need. Nope. You messed up. You done goofed, though. You said, I might not need it. You done goofed. So now you're not getting the good luck. Now you just got to figure it out on your own, bud. You just got to figure it out on your own. The storm doesn't have very strong rotation right now. So I don't know if they'll continue this tornado warning for the moment. There is still plenty of time for this to ramp up, though. Like I said, I really think things will start to pick up even more as we get later into the evening, so we're kind of just still in a little bit of a waiting phase. If the hardest thing for you is going to be remembering the colors, that might not be so bad. That's a good sign, I would say. I mean, you can honestly look on the on Radar Omega and kind of cheat in a way. Yeah, you'll be fine then. I don't know why you're worried. Just go do it. That's a pause on many different levels, man. Good job. Good job. You done goofed. You goofed it. You done goofed. Both of you done goofed. How about that? Try to give you mods free reign and you're doing stuff that and this is what happens, man. Sheesh, man. Sheesh. Try to treat you like human beings, and this is what I get instead. You guys doing stuff that you have no business doing. Good grief. I'm disappointed. I'm just kidding. Yeah, you are indeed in the Tornado Watch Baconator. You're in the hot zone too. So even also, Atlanta, Florida girl was asking if you were chasing today. This one might be a little bit hectic. I said this one might be a little hectic for you, so chasing may not be the best idea, but you can make your own decisions. Yeah. Hey, there she is, by the way. Not chasing, too dangerous. Can't blame you. This is a big day. While there's always a chance that days like this can bust, there's also a chance that they don't. High risk is very low odds of a severe weather threat busting like this, and then the stuff that you see coming from it. I tell you. Oh yeah, we already discussed that one, Isaiah. I think it's already lifted though at this point. We were just talking about that a couple minutes ago. We actually took a look at the cameras in Smithville where we were suspecting it was on the ground. Yeah, you had missed that one, bud. Just a little bit too far behind. Main dangerous thing of the chasers are the other chasers that don't drive. Does Epic Pen need subscription? I think yes. Or I think it's like a one-time payment thing. I'm not entirely sure. Yep, marginal risk overperforming today. Earlier, it wasn't even a marginal risk over here. That's the craziest part. Would rather have a marginal risk overperform versus this high risk overperforming or living up to expectation here, because that is a very big deal. Still set to be on the ground, huh? When don't marginal risk do like high plus risk things? You're excited for tomorrow and Wednesday? Yeah. Looks like Brandon got awfully close to the most dangerous part of this storm over here in Oklahoma. But rotations definitely look like it's dropped off now, which is good news. But yeah, we covered. Yeah, I covered what tomorrow and Wednesday are looking like on member videos, but probably tomorrow morning I'm gonna discuss Tuesday and Wednesday if at all possible. It really just depends on how long we're on tonight, because we might be pretty aggressive. A little over 2 hours, yes. Dixie Alley itself sometimes can be a wild card, I mean, I live in it, so I know how it is. Trough has to be in the right spot at the right time. I mean, just like with any event, but it's especially tricky because the trough has more time to evolve as it's heading towards the southeast. And then during the early part of the day, there's a lot of movement within the trough, like right before sunrise, too, that I've noticed. Sometimes the trough will evolve as we get into the middle of the day here, and fail parameters can be created because of that. So you always have to be on watch. And that's why those convective models are so useful, because whereas a lot of models will take about 6 hours to update, something like HRRR takes about 45 minutes. But to get like an hour to hour run is monumental. Every 1 to 3 hours makes a huge difference in comparison to like 6 to 12. Still, as far as long range is concerned, stuff like GFS, Euro, probably the best models. Oh yeah, yes, absolutely, Baconator. I want to see a lot of those tonight. Once this line gets going, especially as it draws closer to your area, I want to see chat full of those windbag emojis, especially since we have a fair number of members here. There's no reason that you can't. Windsacks. I like that name. Windsacks. It's funny. Save them for now, guys. Save them for now. Just save that energy for later, folks. Of course, you're one to talk about Windsacks when. Never mind. Windsacks, that's funny, huh? So that's what you want to clip? Windsacks is that me saying Windsacks are funny. That's not even that bad, dude. Just trying to reach for something that trying to reach for something that isn't even there, man. Now that would be clippable. Me saying reaching for something that isn't there. If you want to make an innuendo, there you go. You know what, Seaweed, if you're still there, give a verdict on this. Is sack a funny word or a gross word? I mean, then again, though, seaweed, not seaweed. Now, Isaiah, on the other hand, that's messed up right there. That's messed up, okay? Like, the way I went about saying the word windsack is not that bad. It sounds rather innocent, kind of funny. That right there was just. No. No. You guys are going to get on to me saying, oh, you can't say that. My own mods at that. Nice. Alright, so you know what to do, man. Seems like you know what to do, man. New tornado warning. This is just to the north of that storm now. Uh-oh. Let's see if I can scroll out here. This is Central Woods County, where we have that tornado warning ongoing, and then we have one to the south now. This is over towards. This is pretty much in the same area, all the same counties we've been looking at. It's a couple of different storms now, though. Seeing a little bit better rotation with this cell right here. This storm looks like it's also trying to ramp up here. If you're going to go with HRRR, usually the wrap would probably be the best to look at. But yeah, 300 would technically be right. If you want to be truly accurate, it will be 250, but unless you want to use College of DuPage, which I know you don't like, then use 300 from wrap. Windbag is more or less slang seaweed. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's just Storm Chaser slang at the end of the day, though. Yeah. We still have a tornado warning in Tennessee. No longer is it on the ground, which is about what we were expecting. This observed polygon is about to expire now, actually, the next minute. So in total, we have 3 tornado warnings. One of them in the area that we were least expecting to see tornadoes at, which was over towards Tennessee. Speaking of windbags, severe thunderstorm warnings. We're getting some reports coming in from Nebraska over here. We got some 70-mile-per-hour tags here. We also have tornado possible tags here to go along with that over just to the east of Hastings and Grand Island here. It's over towards Aurora. This is a 70-mile-per-hour report also over here towards Deweese or Deweese in Clay County. This is a 70-mile-per-hour report reported by emergency management here. Let's see if we can get back to these storms here. Let's go ahead and look at what these look like on reflectivity. This storm's starting to look a little better. This storm still looks pretty good. It looks okay. But this storm definitely looks the more mature out of the two warnings right now. We'll have to see what these end up doing over here to the south towards Cheyenne and Strong City. These are not very far from the Oklahoma City Metroplex. Yeah, actually, I was partially thinking about doing a composite for my thumbnail last night for the member video, but as I was going through that, it wasn't really panning out well for me. I was just like, and that was the main reason why, because like trying to find the fronts on the mean sea level pressure was just kind of jarring me a bit, and I had to go to bed soon. So as much as I wanted to do composite, I just said, you know what, it's not the worst, it's not the end of the world if I can't pull it off. Wait, what the heck just happened to my laptop here? It's the second time I've seen that pop up. What about Topeka, Kansas and Auburn, Kansas total domination? Is that what you're wanting to know about? You are in the tornado threat. If that's what you want to know, yes, you're in a tornado watch right now. There's also a chance of maybe a stronger tornado over towards this area. But I think your greatest threat tonight will be damaging winds. Yes, you are at risk. You are under a tornado watch right now. There's a line of storms that's pretty far off. It's towards central Kansas right now. It's going to be a little bit later in the evening when your threat comes along. Okay, no problem. No problem. This is another tornado possible tag storm. We may see this get a warning in just a little bit here. Oh, you're doing 23Z composite? Ah. Well, alright, do what you gotta do, man. So NATOcast has expanded the 30% tour. Yeah, 23Z to O2Z is going to be still pretty active. These storms will probably still go on even past midnight in Central Time, so. Actually, I would say O2Z. I would say O2Z will probably be more active, because things definitely look like they try to pick up after 8. Alright, whatever's clever for you, man. That's all I say. Brandon talking about chaser convergence like we were talking about earlier. Is our playlist already over? Nope, playlist is not over yet. Good. Still have our tornado warning ongoing. Looks like we do have a camera available over towards Tennessee. I don't expect anything on the ground from this, but we'll go ahead and take a look. This is just outside of Sparta, Tennessee, actually. You can see the scud clouds rising here, so this storm is still strengthening. It's still holding up really well together. This little line segment right here that got its act together has a good inflow notch on it too. Hey man, if you don't have to do a composite unless you really just want to. It's not the end of the world, man. Just try again and study more, that's all. You'll get there in time though, so have patience. Or maybe just take a step away from the computer for a moment and just kind of take a deep breath and then come back to it. Sometimes I do that during a fork. Sometimes I do that before I do a video. So that's all. So while I mean I know like I'm not a pro at it, but just a little pro tip from me, I guess. Alright, up to 13 likes, guys. Appreciate it a bunch, by the way. So it looks like things are rather tame right now. Well, relatively tame over towards Tennessee at the moment, minus the tornado warning. Do see broad rotation with it, but not necessarily anything super tight at the moment. We'll have to see how things pan out as we continue to go on. But our main attention is going to be focused towards our high risk, which is going to be which I'm expecting is going to eventually start to take off here. Starting to see more and more storm development over towards these regions here. We just gonna have to keep an extra close eye on these discrete cells. I think we picked the wrong radar site. Here we go. This is the better one. Oh yeah, look at this hook on this storm now. This is the southern storm. Looks a lot better. If that tightens up anymore, could be a problem here. There's that rotation starting to ramp up too to go along with it. Got to be extra watchful for this storm, because this might be the first big storm of the day. This could start producing tornadoes at almost any second here. And this is the storm that Connor Croft is looking at right now. So if it does do something, we're going to get to see it. This is an LP supercell, it looks like, too. The updraft looks like it doesn't have a whole lot of rain in it, so we'll be able to get a good view. At least starting out. I do think eventually this will go full-on high precipitation, but right now we have a pretty daggone good view, if I were to say so myself. Here come the strong winds on the Tennessee storm right here. This is what our third camera is at the moment. That hook is starting to tighten up a bit here. We have a tornado possible attack, severe thunderstorm warning to go out ahead of where the current polygon is. I do think that this is going to probably lose the tornado warning while the next scan within the next 5 minutes here. But it can easily get it back. Like I said, we're in that environment to where these things can quickly ramp back up pretty fast. Then also there's this storm over here a little further off to the south towards Lee, or I think it's Lee, or is it Leedy? Looks like Leedy, that we're going to have to watch too for the potential of maybe ramping up and becoming a discrete supercell here too. Basically all these discrete storms we got to keep an extra close eye on. The Tennessee tornado was actually pretty large. Is there any pictures of it? Is there any pictures of it? Anything you can put on Discord? See if I can find a radar site that's a little further to the south here to look at this storm. I think this radar site should be sufficient enough. Still kind of far. Oh, you sent it, Isaiah? We'll show it in a second. I want to look at this storm right here. Yeah, not really a great look from the radar. It's kind of far. I do see some evidence of rotation in here. Well, it kind of defeat the purpose of a composite, wouldn't it, Baconator? Because a composite always shows the fronts. What I would do at that point, if you're going to not do the fronts, I would do something along the lines of just predicting a particular point of interest. Drawing a POI, point of interest. Where do you think the greatest threat for tornadoes is going to be if you're going to do a composite? Or if you're going to just put in that area, really, at that point. Because for me, it would partially be finding the fronts, but it's more so for me drawing the fronts that I suck at for doing composites. Because I want my drawing to be perfect, this and that, and then if I don't do it, I'm going to start over 1,000 times and then just get angry at myself, and yeah, it just turns into a bad time pretty quickly for me. I also have to understand that I'm human. I have to give myself room for that. And just keep practicing until I get better at it. Ironic thing is, like, when I was a kid, I couldn't draw Super Saiyan Goku to save my life, but by the time I got into 3rd grade, I could. It took me like a year, but eventually I figured it out, so you can do it. First, if you don't succeed, though, try again. Alright, let's go ahead and see what this tornado looked like over here towards Tennessee. Because there was a confirmed tornado over there a little bit earlier. Still a tornado warning on that storm. Yeah, I don't know if I can show this on stream because it's not tagged for me. I don't want to steal anything from anyone. Okay, here's a way I can do it. I wouldn't necessarily say this whole thing is the tornado. Part of that's just a really low-hanging cloud. Somewhere within that might be where the tornado is. I'm going to actually go ahead and show you guys really quickly. Just give me a second here. But this is what we're looking at right now. This is what we were looking at in Tennessee a little earlier. This was a reported tornado not far away. This was reported on radar. This is a radar confirmed tornado, but this is the picture of it. If that was the whole tornado, that is pretty big, but really a video would kind of do a better job of confirming it, if anything. Alright, I'm going to get back to the radar in the meantime. There we go. Alright, back to work we go. Okay, so we've lost the tornado possible attack on the southern storm. Now we're down to 1 right now. Still seeing some pretty good rotation with this. Not quite that tight of rotation though, however, at the moment. I mean, I have my skepticisms about it, but I do think that it was down at the very least at one point. I mean, like I said, it's that kind of day to where we could have had something down. I do find it interesting that camera is panned over to its right, to what will be considered our right here on screen, so I'm keeping an extra close eye on it. There were some strong winds going through this area in Sparta, Tennessee. But it does look like that tornado warning in Tennessee has now finally been allowed to expire. So we'll go ahead and close that out for the meantime. And then put our focus towards this one storm that's right over here. This is off to the west of Oklahoma City that we're looking at right now. How about that? Glad you could join us, John. Welcome. KATX is covering this area. Well, yeah, we've been here for a little while. We saw the confirmed tornado in Tennessee. We found a picture of it on social media. We just shared that a little bit ago, but yeah, we're waiting to see how this pans out here. I do think as we get later into the evening, this is probably going to ramp up more. Wouldn't mind seeing an underperformance from this high risk here, because this is going to be towards a pretty heavily populated area, so the less that this does, the better. But if it does go, then we're here. We're ready for it. This has a nice hook on it, by the way, still. Still see a pretty good inflow notch here. It still looks like it's trying to mature here. If it clears that inflow notch any further, though, definitely could start to get a little bit more nasty. Still have to watch this storm over here towards Alva, even though the rotation on that is pretty weak at this point now. Definitely a shadow of what it once was, but this is in an environment where these storms can cycle and maybe try it again a little bit later down the line. Starting to see, like I said, starting to see some signs of rotation here just to the southwest of town here. But we're going to be kind of pulsing in and out as we go through the evening here. I think once the low-level jet kicks in, that's when we're going to expect to see an increased activity here. We have a PDS tornado watch over here towards Oklahoma, by the way. So we're far, like I said, got a long ways to go, and I think this is when we really start to see the threat ramp up within the next couple hours here. There's a lot of inflow with this storm that is tornado warned right now. See how these areas are green right now and how they're surging inward and converging. Like I said, I do think that this is going to try and do something soon here if it continues to keep showing this signal. Do hope everyone's having a good evening right now. We're in the early stages of this event. Not much of anything crazy has happened yet. I mean, there was a couple of confirmed tornadoes, but nothing too wild at the moment. Let's hope it stays that way. We don't want to see high risk verify, but if it happens, at least we will be here to help assist. Pretty soon here, though, we are going to take our first bathroom break of the stream. Probably going to have a few of those, especially considering I drank a decent bit of water during the workday today before we got in here. Yeah, Mapbox and Radar Omega are one and the same. Yeah, so when you subscribe to Mapbox, you got the bundle. I do hope that you enjoy it. I'm not sponsored by them or anything, but I will say that Radar Omega has pretty good products on here. Told you, Baconator. Gotta be careful with those. Gotta be careful with those, man. Okay. So here's a wide view, by the way, folks. Here's our current situation. Several tornado watches that go through the southern and central plains here. We have a severe thunderstorm watch to the north here for parts of South Dakota, even sneaking into North Dakota. Expect this threat to kind of tamper out earlier, or tap out earlier, and these threats, the further south we go, kind of persist later into the evening. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, here's hoping, Sealy. Yeah, here's hoping that it's not too bad. We all hope it isn't that bad either, to be honest. I've noticed that everyone that's been tuned in so far has been kind of hanging around for a while. Appreciate that, by the way, folks. Rotation still looks pretty broad on this cell, though. All while in the meanwhile, yeah, this storm's pretty much doing the same thing right now. Storm has plenty of inflow, just needs to get its act together a little bit more. I'm with you on that one, Sealy. I can't stand when people are hoping to see an EF5. Why, my question to them, to those that do want to see it, why? It's all fun and games until it hits your area. Then all of a sudden you're going to feel differently. When it hits someone that you know and it goes horribly wrong and you don't see them anymore, How do you feel then? Human complacency bias, you gotta love it. But some people just have to learn the hard way, though, I guess. Nothing I can do about that. Ooh, this storm's starting to ramp up over here. This is the storm that I was talking about earlier that Corey was on. Yep, just because sensation sells doesn't mean you have to do it. That is correct, man. If I were to see a strong tornado, I would want to see it in an open field, away from houses, and just be as photogenic as can be. It can be whatever strength it wants to be as long as it doesn't hit anything of significance. Shoot, trying to hurt. But yeah, if it just stays in an open field and just tears up a little bit of grass, maybe a couple of trees here and there, doesn't touch a house, doesn't touch a barn or anyone's crops, cool. Happy with that. Love it. Ah, yeah. Which one? Which one are you referring to? There were a lot like that recently. Seeing a lot of lightning. This is on Brandon's Storm, by the way. Oh, didn't mean to click Connor's feed. Didn't even realize that. Oh, yeah, that one. There were so many of them. It's kind of hard to keep up. I know there was one in Kansas. I know there was a couple in Nebraska. It's just kind of hard to. The way things have been lately, it's all kind of blending together for me at times. Oh wow, this has a report for 80-mile-per-hour winds earlier. This is towards Chester, Oklahoma. It's reported by a spotter too. Once again, appreciate you guys tuning in this evening. Right now, we're still kind of in the early phases of what very likely could be a significant tornado outbreak. Right now, we're getting a lot of our strongest storms to just really start initiating. We're still waiting to see how these end up evolving, because that's going to be the key to everything. If these don't evolve well, then we may actually end up having an underperforming evening, which would be actually great news considering the fact that this is such a heightened risk. But we're not out of the woods yet. It's too early to tell just what's going to happen with this. This storm looks like it's trying to get its act together again. So it did have a tornado possible tag earlier. Since it lifted, and it looks like it's trying to come back around, starting to hook again. Starting to get bigger hail reports too also. Over towards Great Bend, we have 3-inch hail reported over there in Kansas. We also have tags for 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorms as well. The damaging wind threat is starting to go up as well as we get later into the evening. Appreciate everybody tuning in once again, though. I actually have to go to the bathroom, though, real quick. I'm going to be honest. I will be right back. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that, you guys. Just had to go to the bathroom real quick. Probably will not be the last time tonight either. That's a pretty cool shot right there. That is a pretty cool shot right there. We lost his speed. Let's try it again. Got a 60 mile per hour wind gust from this storm here. 61 mile per hour gusts from a mesonet. I think so. Let me check again. I think purple wavy lines are divergence. You will get on your hands and knees to bark to see a show cloud on one of the cameras near Lincoln soon. Wait, what? Do you see anything over towards Lincoln? I can pull that up for you if that's what you're asking. You don't have to do all of that. You don't have to do all of that just to see a camera. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, what? What is Isaiah saying?
Tomorrow in Marietta, you'll see mostly sunny weather and can expect a high of 86 degrees Fahrenheit and a low of 69 degrees.
Oh. Hang on. You're gonna have to probably Google it. Can't necessarily look it up right now. I bet you once I start to look away, that's when things will get going. Yeah, you can just Google that, I'm sure. There we go. Yeah, you got to draw in short waves. You got to draw in your divergence. Got to get your numbers in on your dew points, your low level jet, and I think surface temperature too. Might be wrong on the surface temperature. It's the divergence one that's always kind of hard to remember. Alright. Yeah, it would be your purple wavy line. Yeah, that's correct. Like I said, it's up to you. Me, it's no pressure if you do. I hope you can figure it out. I'm not going to put too much on that yet. Am I starting to see a bit of greenage here with this storm? That looks like it's going outflow dominant to the south here. So it looks like this is the game in town here. We're about to see a lot of chase convergence. Here's everybody coming. New polygon for the tornado warning as well. This is going to get awfully close to Enid. Alright, so that's the first playlist down of instrumentals that we have. So we'll go ahead and go to the next one. Got 6 minutes till this rear polygon goes away, and then we're on to the next one. Also, by the way, appreciate you guys. Up to 17 likes. That is awesome. That is correct. You do need the access to the trough. Hey, look, we can see Dow on here on Brandon Kopic's feed. That's pretty sick. Everybody's driving away from the storm currently right now, trying to reposition, stay ahead of it. The hook just railed Vince. If you want to do all that to your went right over him. Oh. Vince is fine though. That's not even that bad. You guys just want to make bloopers for no reason tonight. And there's no real bloopers to be there. Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. I was like, you want to put all that in? All right. It's like, that's a you thing. It's not my business. It wasn't enough of a joke. It wasn't good enough of a joke for me to like be concerned. I was just like, okay, you want to do that? Go ahead. Good luck, man. Good luck. Have fun. Knock yourself out. Knock yourself out. And Vince didn't really get railed by it. I mean, he was just like on the kind of on the far side of it. Let's go and look at the velocity on that. It doesn't look like the rotation's as strong anymore. We're close to the radar site too, so we would be getting a better picture of it. We might lose this tornado warning for right now. Shortwave is a dip in the lines. Kinda short. Drawing a shortwave, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to remember when I did that, when I worked with you guys on it. I think divergence would be, I think it would be the dip, the brown dash line. Yeah. Yeah, because I remember I got the trough confused with it. Yeah, yeah, it's a brown dash line. It's very easy to get mixed up with the trough because that's an orange dash line. Very easy mistake to make. Very easy mistake to make. Now, the trough axis, that I don't fully remember. I don't remember the color. It could be blue, but if I remember correctly, it isn't. And there's like a whole bunch of different ways that you can do a composite as well. So that also kind of doesn't help. Kyle does his own variant of it. You can kind of go from that point. I think if I remember correctly, it's blue dash line? Yeah, I think it is a blue dash line. Yeah, try blue dash line. If it's not right, then it's not right, but I can't really think of another color that it's supposed to be, though. Well, looks like Corey's feed's struggling. Okay, we got the tornado possible tag on that southern storm again. Okay, so we got a really weird look on this storm here. It does have a little inflow notch here. Wouldn't call this, would be a little bit pressed to call this a hook at the moment. Something worth paying attention to still. Still has some rotation, albeit still kind of broad. They may call tornado warning on that. They may not. It depends on how this trends. But toward possible tag is definitely what I would consider to be the way to go. I think a big reason though why we aren't getting tornadoes off a rip here is because our warm sector right here, this warm front, hasn't quite pushed as far to the north as I would have expected. I think that it should have been a little bit more into Kansas, but it's still pretty far in Oklahoma at this point. I do find that interesting. But I do think once if this gets rooted to that warm front, could be talking a different story here. We'll have to see how this plays out, really, though. Sometimes these frontal boundaries can be act as additional lift mechanisms. And like I said, we're still towards the early part of this event. Like I said, peak time really is will probably not start until about maybe an hour or so from now. But if it stays like this, I would not complain. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, let's look up the Lincoln cameras so that way we can get a look at some let's get a look at the bow echo or derecho maybe a little bit later tonight. Right now, it looks like I have all still shots with that. We're just trying to set ourselves up for a little bit later this evening. Okay, it looks like we do have some cameras available here. This is over towards Lincoln, so gonna try to save that so we can get ready to roll here. Boom. Alright, so we're ready for later on this evening. Even Brandon's feet's having a hard time now. That's a bit surprising at the moment. I guess while we're at it, I can take a look at some of the weather models too. I think the newest one should be about done now. So there's some interesting stuff that I'm seeing here right now. So I'm actually going to go ahead and switch that for you. Should be 500. It might be 300. What is this, a quiz or something, dude? Thought you said you've been working with Kyle on this for a while, dude. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at a forecast here. Alright, so here's what we have going on, folks. This is what our simulated radar could look like tonight. I would try to zoom in, but I want to make sure you guys get the full picture here. I have a couple of line segments here. We're really trying to look for discrete storms to pop up here because that's where our greatest tornado threat is going to lie. And it's really over here towards western Oklahoma where we're seeing the greatest chance for discrete cells, but it's not going to be till about a couple hours from now where we start to see new ones start to pop out ahead of this main line. It's those that I'm particularly concerned about. This will be about towards 8 to 9 o'clock Central Time. And then, of course, we have to watch out for these extra storms that are over here towards the Nebraska-Iowa line here. Eventually, as we get into the evening and overnight hours, we start to see this exit Oklahoma and Kansas. And then, of course, these will start to weaken as we go further into the overnight hours here. Based on what our instability is looking like, we're still pretty unstable here at this point. Still plenty of areas where we're getting up to about 3,000 to 4,000 joules per kilogram of Cape. Put in perspective for you, 1,000 is about the minimal threshold for severe weather. So still very explosive environment, and that's going to last pretty much through the entire night. By the time we get into the overnight is when we start to see a slowdown here, particular towards where our moderate and high risk are currently. But we still see also plenty of Cape towards Kansas, also towards Nebraska, and then also towards eastern Oklahoma. Of course, we have heightened values of Cape here. That might be a preference thing, Baconator. Me personally, I prefer mixed layer over surface based. But typically when you look at SKU-T charts and hodiographs, the surface based Cape is usually the one highlighted. But yeah, really that's your choice. But yeah, this is what our current picture is looking like overall. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I prefer me personally, I prefer to use mixed layer Cape because it shows all levels of the atmosphere versus surface Cape or surface based Cape. Me personally, I'm the type that would prefer to see the full picture. I'm just saying. Alright, so this is what our current picture looks like. Not too dissimilar from what we're seeing with HRRR, right? Maybe we could make that a shirt. Holy ship. Put a hailstone on it or something. Maybe someday we'll do that. Obviously, the channel has to grow a lot more. Oh, you can make shirts, John? Well, we need people to buy the shirts right now before I even get excited about that. But even so, keep that in mind for sure. Ooh, tooth is starting to hurt. Still have a tornado possible attack with this one shirt. With one storm, not shirt. Oh, you got into it along with merch skills, trying to do a little bit of each. Well, if our channel grows, we may have to have a little chat about that. I'll be happy to. I'll be happy with whatever tips you choose to give. I will not complain one bit. Yeah, we're struggling with these storms still, it looks like. Oh, you learned how to make buttons too. I actually kind of am interested as to how that works. So, feel free to explain in chat right now. It's just kind of quiet at the moment anyway. I don't think this storm is producing a tornado in the meantime, from the looks of it. Attention might need to be brought on this southern storm again. Maybe this might get a tornado warning in the next little bit. But if you want to elaborate, feel free, man. Some pretty strong winds starting to take shape over here. Getting awfully close to Lincoln the next little bit. Before I do that, I'm actually going to go ahead and take a look at some of these winds here. Got a few 60-mile-per-hour winds embedded within this main part of the line here. Stronger ones seem to be further to the south, though. Winds aren't quite as strong as I would have expected to the south here, but we'll still keep an eye on it. Oh, we got a new tornado warning, and this is back towards Kansas again. I'm trying to get this to work properly. This is for Washington, Clay, and Cloud counties in Kansas. An interesting name for a county, but this tornado-capable storm is 4 miles northeast of Miltonvale, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So Clyde, Clifton, Miltondale, Morganville, Palmer, and Vining need to be on the lookout here. Okay, so to make a button, you print your images, use a cutting tool, then you put them together with a disc, and then a disc and pin and laminate, and then pull a lever. Sounds like an interesting. That sounds like a process that would be pretty interesting and kind of cool to witness. My brother has a non-profit organization, and they started making merch a few years back. I wish I could see the process as to how that works, but my brother lives a few hours away, and he's pretty busy most of the time, so it's not always easy to get a hold of him. And it'd be hard to get a behind-the-scenes look from what it sounds like right now. Oh, you're making videos on that? Well, shoot, let me know. Let me know when you're making a video, and I'll check it out. While I'm at it, you put those videos up on YouTube, I'll happily subscribe to it. No problem. I can do that right now. Won't be able to watch them right now, obviously, but I'll sub to the channel for sure. Okay, so here's our radar indicated rotation over here with this Kansas storm, by the way, folks. No problem, man, no problem. Hey, it's like that sometimes, man. I mean, you already done your thing, so just let it rip. You're not always gonna be right, Baconator. No one's always right when it comes to weather. Even the best of them miss, so it's okay. Yeah, just send it. Yeah, just send it, dude. Yeah, just go on. Full send, man. You got this. I'm still interested in seeing what this storm over here that's tornado warned is going to do, since we're getting pretty close to that warm front. Will this be enough to get this storm rooted? It looks a little bit better than what it has. Still keeping an extra. I'm still not entirely sure what to make of this just yet. Seems like a new point of rotation's popped up, like right over here, just north of Highway 60 here. Alright. While I'm at it, I'm going to go ahead and sub to John's channel. Let me see if I can pull that up really quickly while I'm at it here. Oh, no problem, man. No problem. I mean, sub to mine and you're supporting the channel a bunch by being a member. So that's the least I can do. Hey, that's actually what my original channel was. I was actually going to put weather on there, but I think that would have drove me a little bit crazy. I mean, I'd still post metal content on here as well, but just not as much. But on my original YouTube channel, which I've had for years, I would put up stuff like video games. I would put up metal. I would put up just concert experiences, stuff like that. It's kind of all over the place. I haven't really put up too many videos on there lately. I did a lot of guitar covers in the last couple years, and then I kind of slowed down once this channel got going here. Come on now. Okay, there we go. We're starting to roll here. Dang. Some hefty drums there. I love it. There you go. I found you. Here you go. Alright. Just sub to your channel, bud. Would you believe me if I told you I've actually been into the weather since I was 4 years old? And it's ironic that it's a high risk today. Literally some 3 years to the day, almost 25 years ago, the event that got me into weather happened. The May 3rd, 99 outbreak. I was only a kid, but I think I remember seeing the images from the Moore and Bridge Creek F5. And I think that's kind of what ultimately got me started. I had never seen anything like it, and then on top of that, seeing Dr. Greg Forbes coverage was pretty cool. So I guess that kind of kick-started everything, so to speak. And then also, I got one of the worst whoopings of my life as a kid because I tried to mimic Greg Forbes' setup with the little TV where he would cover the weather and he had the marker. I drew on the box TV we had as a kid with a Sharpie. And yeah, that did not go over well. So there, you got an embarrassing story out of me too to go along with it. Still have these little brief notches of rotation with this storm here too, by the way. It just seems like this storm is trying to get going, but it seems like we do have some issues without. It seems like we have some issues with outflow here. Brings back a couple of your own formative experiences. Yeah. Yeah, there's several that come to mind for me. There's also an event in 2003. Will it rain? Will cold air make the storms less severe? Depends on the environment. It can. Typically, it does. So if you get heavy rain out ahead of these storms, it can slow things down a little bit. It'll at least lower the tornado threat. Like I said earlier, you do have to worry about damaging winds, Drew. That's what I think is your main threat. A few embedded tornadoes within that line are possible, but right now we just aren't really seeing a whole lot in the way of tornadoes right now. This event is somewhat underperforming, which is good news right now. Like I said, we're still towards the early part, but if things the wooden paddle. Baconator, you have to remember, I'm I'm not gonna get into that actually. Never mind. But no, it was not a wooden paddle. It was a belt. It's a belt, dude. Okay, so we have an increase in inflow here based off the stream, based off of what I'm seeing on Brandon's stream here. Air's rushing into the storm here. But to answer your question, though, Drew, damaging winds are your main threat. Could see some small showers out ahead of the main line, but strong straight line winds look to be the main threat. I don't see any kinks in the line currently that would lean into any kind of tornado threat at this point in time. Keep in mind that things could change with that. But I lean more towards damaging winds for your area right now. But no, I didn't get hit with the paddle. I got hit with the belt. Got hit with the business end of the belt, too. That was not fun. If you were a kid that drew on TV screens as a kid, if you were a kid that drew on TV screens with a Sharpie, bad idea. If you know any little nieces and nephews that think that's a good idea, that they won't get their behind toe up, bad idea. Talk them out of it. So, because we didn't get the wooden paddle, it was either the belt or it was and some of the older heads here might know what I'm talking about. Go outside and pick a switch. Yeah, some of the old heads know what that's like. Go outside and pick a switch. That's the era I came up in. Or at least that's the kind of household I came up in. Okay. Okay. Got the skew going along with it. Wish I could zoom in on it a little bit more. Really, that depends on the household, John. That really depends on the household. My family's kind of old school. A lot of people say. A lot of people will say. What was I saying? Too much going on in chat. What was I saying? Really, I think it depends on the household. My parents are kind of old school, and a lot of people say that I have an old soul. I was also the youngest of four, and I was kind of a last minute surprise. So, yeah. Mother's Day is coming up soon. Shout out to my mom. What did I say about the composite? I said I wish I could zoom in on it and get a better look. It's kind of hard to see. That's the only thing I don't like about drawing a composite, because it's just like you have to fit so much into a small space. Yeah, Discord does not let you zoom in. It would look good otherwise, but it's kind of hard to see. Not your fault. Alright, we're starting to get close to that radar site. We're still battling with outflow, it looks like, with this storm here. Kind of hard to look at my phone right now and do the stream at the same time, though. That's the only issue. Might be able to look at it later on my phone. Because watch, the second I start looking away, that's when things will start to jump off. And people are like, why are you missing tornado warnings? I mean, it'll happen sometimes anyway. Because I have to manually sound the siren and whatnot. I haven't quite figured out how to make it automated at this time. But I'm working on it. Still got a nice little kink in this line where this tornado warning is in Kansas. Oh yeah, there's a rotation right there. It's going to be heading into Morganville in just a little bit here. Broad rotation though for the most part. Hopefully the stream has stayed stable for you guys. Did I say sable or stable? I meant to say stable. I swear if I didn't say stable, I'm pissed. But hopefully the stream has stayed stable for you guys. Okay, let's go ahead and get rid of this while we're at it. Alright, so here we are. Got rid of that finally. Just taking its sweet time, my computer is. Alright, there we go. We're rolling now. Tooth is kind of hurting right now, I'm not going to lie to you folks. Might have to tend to that in a little bit here. I'm going to try to tough it out for a little longer. One thing that I think is happening here is with this storm now passing that warm sector here, it might kind of diminish a bit more. Like I said, this warm front being a little further south than expected might turn out to be a blessing. You're kind of glad that this isn't happening during rush hour. Yeah, it's a little bit after rush hour for you guys. Rush hour is just now starting to end. So you're going to kind of be on the backside of things there, which is good news. Yeah, it definitely looks like the wind threat is going to be the main threat, though. No, it looks like it's mainly going to end up being more so like right at sunset or maybe after dark. Like I said, a brief spin up couldn't be ruled out, but it looks like for the most part you're going to be dealing with more wind than anything else. This storm over here is starting to look a little bit better towards Putnam. Maybe some of these will get going. See if there's any new convection off to the south here. You see this one, but it looks like more of a hailer than it does than a tornadic supercell right now. Also going to check the Storm Prediction Center here to see if we got any new mesoscale discussion updates as well. It wasn't last Friday, it was a couple weeks ago now. But I missed part of that stream because I was out and about trying to get ready to have that set up to stream. Of course, that went wrong. So I don't know the full story, but I'm going to guess it formed right around the time of rush hour. Thankfully, people seemed like they were relatively prepared for it, though. Good warnings from the weather channel, from the weather outlets in general, not just the weather channel, but the Storm Prediction Center. Here's a new tornado warning, by the way. This is for Blaine and Dewey counties in northwestern Oklahoma. This is located near Putnam. This is a storm we were literally just talking about. So Canton, Oakwood, Putnam, and Eagle City need to be taking shelter here. Couple of good scans here, so seems right to have that warning up. It's another look at it from a different radar site. You can see it a little bit more clearly. There's one rotation, there's one spot of rotation there, there's another one there. Doesn't seem like an imminent tornado producer at the moment. Oh, I stand corrected, we have an observed tornado with this one now. Finally got an observed tornado over towards our high risk area. But it may have already lifted. It might have been a brief touchdown from the looks of it. We might have missed it. It's kind of hard to see what the circulation looks like because we're getting pretty close to the radar though, so it is making things a little bit more difficult. This is our confirmed storm over here towards Alfalfa, Grant, Garfield, and Major counties. This was confirmed south of Helena. Might be time to grab something to eat in the next couple minutes here, especially before things start to pick up here. I might have to take a step back just for a moment here. This rotation's actually starting to look a little better here. That is starting to look a little bit more dangerous. I'm gonna step away for just a couple minutes. I'm gonna make myself some food really quickly. I'm gonna blast right back onto this right back over here. I'll be right back, guys. Alright, we're back here. Trying not to chew on screen here for you guys. So I got a bad tooth right now, so need to get that pulled, so there's that to deal with too. But yeah, trying to eat on stream while doing this, because like I said, this looks like it could still be a pretty long night. So I'm not trying to be too disgraceful. But still have, from the looks of it, 2 tornado warned storms. One which had a brief spin up on the ground here. Well, actually 3 tornado warnings. Stand corrected. One of which is about to expire in Kansas, and then the other 2 here, of course, in Oklahoma. Still been on the kind of the quieter end of the spectrum today, but of course, if I remember correctly, the April 27th outbreak of this year ended up starting out slow, somewhat like this, and really ramped up as we got later into the evening here. Kind of hard to see what's going on here with the rotation again, because we're getting really close to the radar site too. Which isn't doing us a lot of favors. So this is a look at what we have going on over here right now in Oklahoma. This is just around where that warm front is. And this is kind of what I was expecting to happen with this storm. As it interacted with this warm front, there was a chance that it would route towards the surface, but as it goes further to the north here, it might work to its detriment now that it's kind of worked its way past. It's not a stable environment, I would say, towards this area. Unless the warm front has moved out ahead of it, which it very well could have. But if it stays within close contact of this warm front, it could produce again. It seems like, though, we've been having a lot of problems with outflow dominance with these storms, where we have rain, cold air rushing out from the storm instead of getting that inflow that you would need to keep the storm going. Like I said, though, we still haven't reached peak time. I think peak time is actually going to be within the next couple of hours here, so just have to see what happens with this. Get Connor back over here. I'm seeing lowerings on both streams actually now. The lowering on Brandon's stream to the right looks a little bit more impressive. But as far as radar is concerned, Connor's storm looks a lot better. Hang on a second. Alright. Got a little bit of noise going on outside of my door, so apologize for that. And it's still loud. Apologize for that, guys. I don't know what's going. Uh-oh. Think we got some inflow here in Connor's stream. This is where Connor is right now, looking at that storm, so he's thinking that that's the point of interest. Let's go ahead and actually look at Brandon's storm. I think he's the only... No, Vince is with him. These guys are still on that storm. It looks okay. It doesn't look incredible on radar, of course. But it still looks like it has the potential to produce here for right now. Hasn't fully lost it. Almost done eating, folks. I'll be showing my face in a couple minutes, if that's what you want. I'm also fine with streaming like this, too. I don't mind. Just let me know what you want. I do think that there's a chance that this storm could get a brief tornado warning on it as well. Looks like we got another storm chaser on here. One Don Murray here. Looks like he's got a pretty good view. He's waiting to see if this potentially ends up getting a tornado warning as well. We also have Corey Gherkin over here as well. I'm going to pull his feed up as well just to see what we got going. Does look like these guys are at a distance. have a pretty good view of all of these guys right now chasing. These three supercells right here. I think this storm is probably going to end up having more damaging winds. It definitely looks like it's trying to surge forward. If that inflow notch tightens up any further and that hook starts to turn in more, we could have a little something there. Mm-mm. Alright, we're almost back. Oh, and there's that tornado warning we were anticipating. This storm... Oh, this is not what I wanted. This tornado warning is for Kingfisher, Blaine, Garfield, and Major counties. It's located near Okeen, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Also has the potential to produce baseball or tennis ball size hail along with this potential tornado. So Enid, Hennessy, Okumus, Okeen, Bison, Vance Air Force Base, and Lacey need to be on guard. There could be a possible tornado heading their way. Brings that grand total up to 3 now. Nasty little picture that we're starting to get over toward Brandon Copley's speed as it's getting darker out there. Looks kind of ominous. Looks awfully ominous if I were to say so myself. I seriously don't think we're done with this at all. Some strong rotation going on with this Okeen storm still. This is the storm that Corey's on. He's driving towards it. So we don't have a great view just yet, but we probably will in a little bit here. Pretty similar deal with Don Murray here. Connor storm has a pretty cool looking lowering, but it doesn't look like this one's producing just yet. May not produce right now. Alright. We're good now. We're back. Hope everybody's been doing alright since that little break there. Sorry that it took so long. A bunch of things kind of happened. Like I'm noticing this tooth, and it's also kind of made me start eating a little slower. 'Cause that hurt. Because I don't know if you ever had a hole in your tooth, but it freaking hurts. Appreciate you still being here, Atlanta, Florida girl. Things have been kind of slow right now. I'm kind of hopeful that it honestly stays that way. Like, this was a pretty dangerous setup. If this doesn't end up verifying, that's good news. I would love to be wrong from what I've seen over the last few days. So, honestly, this doesn't produce anything significant. That's a win. This is making close passes to pretty heavily populated areas too. So like I said, doesn't verify we don't get any major tornadoes. Great. Like, that is absolutely incredible. Maybe the trend has become, when you see the moderate risk run, when you see the high risk, it's not going to do much anything. Obviously, that's kind of a joke, but at the same time, I'm kind of hoping there's some validity to it. 'Cause that's been the trend over the years, with the exception of a couple instances like March 31st last year. That was the last high risk that got issued. That actually did a little something. But beyond that, you haven't had too many. We don't really have too many of those high risk days. Plenty of a fair amount of moderate risk days, and whenever we get those moderate risks, they tend to be pretty significant. But that just kind of shows what kind of enigma we're dealing with when it comes to the weather. Does what she wants whenever she wants, Mother Nature. Looks like the convective mode is definitely not helping with these supercells continuing to thrive. I'm starting to see maybe a mixture of maybe a merging of these two cells here is going to maybe slow down tornado genesis. I think if these two cells did merge, the southern storm might do a little bit better. The storm that Corey's watching is absolutely beautiful. Still spinning like a top. This actually said to have an observed tornado on the ground. Somewhere in there, there's a confirmed tornado southeast of Oconee. This apparently is confirmed by broadcast media. So locations that could be impacted include Enid, Hennessy, Comus, Okeen, Bison, Vance Air Force Base, and Lacey here. This is moving east at 35 miles an hour. Somewhere in there, there's an embedded tornado. It's hard to get a view of it. Looks like it's completely wrapped up in rain. Looks like we have another tornado one storm over towards Kansas. This was like 8 minutes ago. Might as well not sound the siren for this one. But this is northern Dickinson County and central Kansas that had a tornado warning prompted. This is 7 miles, and this was 7 miles north or south of Solomon, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So Abilene, Chapman, Solomon, Enterprise, Moonlight, and Tamaje in Kansas need to be on the lookout. I-70 between mile markers 267 and 288 need to be on the lookout as well. Starting to see an uptrend in tornado warnings at the moment. There's our rotation right there. It's directly behind where Corey is. It's kind of trailing him almost in a way. Got a couple other points of rotation here. One's to the south of Canton, Oklahoma. And here's the other one to the east of Oakwood. Look at the structure on that storm that Corey's on. That's incredible. There's our symbol of rotation over here towards Tamaje in Kansas. All our tornado warned storms all within one radar site too. How rare. Guess I'll eat a honey bun real quick while we're at it here. Maybe that'll clear my headache here. Oops, not what I wanted to do. Sorry. Let's take my face off the screen so you don't see me chewing. But we aren't going anywhere. We're gonna just keep the game. We're gonna keep the ball rolling here. The main thing is to just be careful which side of my mouth I'm chewing on until I get my dental care worked on here. Got some greenage on this storm that Corey's on now too, which is really cool. Also an indicator of some really large hail being in there somewhere. And then, of course, you know the old adage with the greenage, as we call it. Really impressive inflow notch with this still. I have no doubt that if this is producing a tornado, it is rain wrap, though. Brandon giving that car a little bit of flack there. Guys like Brandon and Vince, when it comes to traffic, they do not play games with people. They will be on their tails for that. Leanne's song Honey Runner. Shoot, honestly, the only reason I remembered that I thought about eating a honey bun was truthfully because I forgot I had one in my bag. And I was like, well, I don't want this to go bad in my bag, and then that's going to attract like all kinds of bugs. And I don't want this in my room, so I figured, well, if I clear it out and get it in a trash bag, get it out by morning, shouldn't be too big of a problem. There's still plenty going on here, but just figure I may as well eat a decent meal, have a nice little snack to go with it. Just kind of keep me fueled up for the rest of the night. Definitely was expecting it to be a little bit more active right now. Probably don't remember the snack made by Bibu called a blooper. I might have heard of it, or booper. Hey, Nikki. Not a kid, but hello. Looks like we're losing, not Corey's feed, but well, maybe that is Corey's feed we're losing. No, wait, no, it's not. Huh. Oh yeah. I'm only like what, a month's difference. My birthday's in November, just in case you were wondering. By the way, birthday was in November. My birthday is in November, November 8th to be exact. No kidding. Oh wow, she's a New Year's baby. That, what are the odds? That must have been interesting. I wonder how she feels about New Year's because of that. I wonder how she feels about New Year's. Because my sister's birthday is May 4th, and you know how Star Wars is May the 4th be with you. Uh, not necessarily a not necessarily a fan of Star Wars because of that. Like me personally, like I think that's partially why I don't like politics because it pretty much overshadows my birthday. Because every few years, the election day is like around the week of my birthday, and it's just pure madness. So it's just kind of like one of those things where, oh, I forgot, I already have eaten, so let me put my face back on there. But yeah, it will be kind of hard to mind New Year's Eve celebrations, though. Get those combo gifts for Christmas and birthday. That must be really nice, not gonna lie. Oh, you didn't bind separate sets. Hey, it is what it is, man. Hey, look, people have to still keep roofs over people's heads, man. That's how it is being man of the house, so to speak. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're just trying to, yeah, if people are saying that I only have to show appreciation for you maybe a few days out of the, maybe like 1 or 2 days out of the year, that's a problem. And even then, just taking care of somebody is a big part of it too, especially if you don't complain about it. But anyway, we're not getting to get into that. I think it really just depends on the person. For me, I'm pretty simple. Ah, yeah, that's a wise move right there. That sounds healthy. Well, Kansas tornado warning has been allowed to expire. We still have all of these in Oklahoma right now. It's three of them. Three different sections of storm here. The Hitchcock storm is kind of starting to look a little less impressive at the moment. There's still rotation there, but it's kind of broad. There's no really tight point of rotation as much. Well, actually, I stand corrected. Here's one right here. This storm over here that's heading toward Tennessee is still observed right now. You have Corey that's still hanging out over there, but can't really see it, and it's getting further and further away. I have no idea where Brandon is right now. I think he's all the way. Either he's on top of one of these guys or he's over where. Okay, there he is. He's further. Oh, he's north of this storm towards Enid. He's dropping south to get to it. Okay. Yeah, because I was wondering where he was. I didn't see him on the map for a second here. And then, of course, we have Aaron J. Jack, who's in the midst of this storm, but is unable to really get a good look at what's going on here. Then, of course, this R right here for Radar Omega, that's Ryan Hall's Y'all Squad or Y'all Force 1 vehicle. This storm looks really impressive on radar still. It's weird because this storm almost is kind of feeding into it. It's actually almost looking like it's even getting pulled into where that point of rotation is on the hook. In fact, I can almost confirm that's exactly what's going on. Okay, so Connor's found a vantage point to take a look at this current storm right here. Still looks like there's rotation in it. It's just not quite as organized towards where that inflow notch is. There's still something right over here towards Hitchcock. Just cannot confirm if that's spinning up a tornado right now. I'm kind of leaning towards it not. I do think this storm towards Pond Creek may finally be starting to lose its tornado potential now. Starting to see a lot less rotation with it. Starting to see maybe some outflow dominance to go along with it. So I think we're going to start to see a little bit of a slowdown here, and then we're going to have to see what the next couple hours have to bring. Because we still aren't out of our high risk area just yet. While I'm at it, I'm gonna go ahead and try and see if I can find the meso discussions that I'm looking for. There we go. Okay, so I did find one meso discussion. This is over towards Iowa, where we could anticipate maybe a new tornado watch being issued just past the border between Nebraska and Iowa once again. So pretty familiar area for us, maybe under the gun once again. May see them get hit pretty hard, possibly. No, not much of a chance of a violent tornado, but still a chance for tornadoes, damaging winds, and an isolated large hail as well. I really do think that this warm front being a little further south is definitely affecting the overall outcome of this storm event right now. Do I think we're finished? No, but I was expecting a little bit more in the way of coverage. Not gonna lie, and I'm glad that we're not seeing it. It's a beautiful storm again. I can't say it enough how cool Corey's storm is looking. Connor's got a pretty sick looking storm as well. Can't get as great of a view from Don Murray or Brandon Kovic. Brandon's driving through rain in order to get to the storm that I think Corey's on right now. It's not far from them though. It looks like. Still an observed tornado warning that we have on this storm right now. Also the potential for up to tennis ball sized hail. This was the storm that was reported by the media earlier in the day. Also looks like they've went and extended the polygon for this tornado warning towards northern Oklahoma now. Probably going to clear the state line soon into Kansas within just a little bit here. Probably in the next 30 to 45 minutes, maybe an hour even. Hmm. Hmm. Ouch. Tooth. Whew. Okay. Head's kind of hurting even. Take the hat off. Just try to alleviate some of the headache that I have right now from the tooth pain. It may take a couple of minutes to work on this tooth pain here. I might take something really quickly. I'll be right back. Probably be able to do it while I'm doing the stream still. I don't like doing the take a break stream if I'm being honest. Alright, we're back. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and pull the face cam back, the webcam. Still watching Connor go through rain here. Kind of struggling with our feeds here. Let's go ahead and actually close some of these out. Still currently sitting at 3 tornado warnings right now. Have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. Coverage is definitely not what I was expecting. We'll see how this continues to pan out here, but we may have gotten away with one here. If it's going to start to ramp up here, I would expect it to do it really soon. I mean, we've had a few observed tornadoes, but definitely not the outbreak that we were anticipating. There is a nocturnal threat to this, though, however. So, can't let our guard down just yet, but this is a very positive sign. Okay. So here's an interesting thing that I'm going to be watching as we go later into the evening. Is this area here where we're seeing new convection out ahead of what will be this main line. Things get organized with this area here. This could be our strong tornado threat, so I still don't think we're fully done here. Might be a little bit premature. We're just going to have to see how things pan out with this. Still have a pretty strong tornado. We still had reports of a pretty strong tornado on this cell right here. It was over towards Oconee and now heading into Hennessy. Brandon is getting awfully close to this. He wants to see this. I don't know if this is going to... I don't know if he's going to see the tornado on the ground or at any point. Does look like it's going to be heavily wrapped in rain. Do see signs of a tail cloud right here, though. So very much still a rotating storm, but it's going to probably be somewhere in that wall of rain. Would not want him to get in too close. He's gonna make... I think he's gonna try and intercept this. I sure hope not. This is kind of dangerous right here. 10 out of 10 would not recommend, even if you are a professional. This is a rain-wrapped tornado, most likely, that we're still dealing with here, folks. Still has pretty. In fact, that's probably one of the best couplets that I've seen all day. I do think that Brandon is about to back up here. Yeah, he's backing up. I think he saw something in there. I don't know if it's still on the ground or not, but he saw something. See what they do with this tornado warning. Is it still going to be observed, or is this going to be radar indicated? Because I don't see a correlation coefficient drop here. I don't see a CC drop. There was one briefly, but it's gone now. I do think that they'll keep the tornado warning, but it'll stay radar indicated. I'm almost certain that it's going to end up being radar indicated now. See a donut hole here. So I'm a little suspicious as to what's going on in there. Still could be a tornado down, actually. Showing Corey's feet again. See if we can get his to stay on here. Sorry guys, head's been hurting a little bit the last bit too. Still here though. This storm does not want to give it up. It seems like at times the storm is losing its ability to rotate, and then it just starts to get its act back together with this new convection that'll fire off here. And it's almost like it's a lifeline for it. Rotation still seems like it's kind of broad, but it'll ramp up just enough to keep the warning on it, which is crazy to me. Looks like Brandon and Vince have cleared out that point of rotation again now. We'll see if this ends up recycling or not. And then this storm here kind of looks like it's starting to downtrend a little bit. We have a new cell right here that's starting to look like it's getting itself more organized. I get the feeling we're probably going to see something more along the lines of a nocturnal event, which is not a great scenario. It's a pretty bad scenario. It's a lot. I get the feeling this could be a lot like April 27th of this year. I definitely have my concerns with this right now. That's for sure. Here's that new polygon. They've officially downgraded that to radar indicated tornado. Hi, Mia. It's been a pretty chill evening for the most part. Might be seeing things pick up here in just a little bit, though. Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, I noticed you guys are under the gun tomorrow and Wednesday. Particularly Wednesday. Ouch. Oh, so yeah, that's right. Thursday did get a slight risk recently. Sheesh. It's kind of been hard to keep up with all the stuff going on this week. I think this is the second time, maybe even the third time this year that we've had something like that ongoing. Oh no, I don't want that up. Okay. Nope. Don't want Vince's feet up. Vince's feet going up can be trouble, so let's not do that. We're also not pulling up y'all Force 1 either. See what Brad Arnold's got going on here. I did not mean to click Vince's feed at all. I'm glad it didn't fully pop up. I was like, oh, don't want to do that. Do not want to do that. Oh, here we go. Here's a good... I think he has a probe out. If so, that's awesome. I don't see too many chasers out there with camera probes out there anymore these days. So to see Don Murray doing this is pretty freaking cool. Oh, you're taking a break from the weather. Fair enough. Do what you gotta do. That's what I say. Do what you gotta do. Ouch. Oof. Tooth is hurting. I need to get some dental cane or something to try to help some of this pain I get every once in a while. Alright, so we're now down to two tornado warning polygons. Yeah, the Hennessy storm did have a tornado on it a little earlier. It recently lifted before you got on here. It still looks like it has some potential. Looked a lot more impressive a few scans ago, though. We can get this to go on a loop here. I've been having trouble with that today. But yeah, a little earlier it was looking really impressive. Had it was said to be a multi-vortex tornado on the ground at one point. Yeah, it looks like it's slowed down a little bit since then. Might be getting a little break in the action here. And then we may end up getting some resurgence as we get towards the end of the evening. We'll see if this ends up being the case or not. Yep, that's also very true, Mia. Nighttime tornadoes are going to be a pretty big threat tonight. And then also the concern is going to be, to go along with that, is these have the chance to be nocturnal rain wrap tornadoes. So as if the rain wrap tornado is already hard enough to see, the struggles of trying to see at night to go along with it. Yes. Yeah, because this is in an environment where we're likely to see a lot more of the high precip supercells. And we really just got to see just how the rain wraps around the rest of the storm. Because pretty much everything we've seen today has been essentially rain wrapped. I'm looking at HRRR right now, so I'm not entirely sure as to what to expect beyond this point here. I can actually go ahead and show you what I'm looking at right now with the latest HRRR run, which just finished not long ago. which just finished its upload not long ago. There we go. Here's what HRRR is showing us. These strongest storms here are going to have these little updraft helicity streaks here in the black. So what you're going to pay attention for as I move this forward is to see if those streaks continue with these exact same storms. You see the greatest focus of that over towards Oklahoma and Kansas, of course. You do see a couple of cells fired towards far northern Texas here. Eventually that sneaks over the line, and then you see this corridor continue to look pretty strong as we head into the overnight hours here before starting to weaken by the time we get towards about maybe close to 1 to 2 a.m. over towards Oklahoma and Kansas. I think for the most part the threat will start to diminish by that point for tornadoes, and we'll transition more towards damaging winds, maybe some hail. If things stand as they are, though, there is a chance that we may end up underperforming. Very easy to underperform with a high risk, but this will be underperforming for a lot of risk standards here. So hopefully this is what we end up. This is the worst that it gets. We'll see how things kind of pan out with that. Like I said, I really do think that the parameter of this warm front kind of staying further to the south is kind of helping our cause here a little bit. If we saw this warm front push a little further to the north, just a bit more into Kansas a bit, I think we could be talking a much different story here. I think our story would be a lot different, and not in a good way. Alright, so now that that's done, we got the music back on. Let's keep this thing rolling. Still sitting at, oh, we have a third tornado warning now. This is over towards Clinton, Oklahoma. This has been put in effect for Custer and Blaine counties. This is located towards Arapahoe, moving east at 35. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. But this also has the potential to produce a tornado along with golf ball sized hail. Weatherford, Clinton, Hydro, Arapahoe, and Custer City need to be on the lookout for a possible tornado here. He's not far from there. I know that much, Isaiah. But he's a good ways off to the east here. But yeah, I do see that tornado warning as well. Yeah, Baconator's not that close, but he is close. But Riley and Pottawatomie counties. This is capable of producing a tornado near Ogden. This is moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So Manhattan, Ogden, Tuttle Creek Lake, and Keats need to be on the lookout for a possible tornado here as well. Good catch, Isaiah. I appreciate that, man. It's gonna get a little bit tricky to keep up with these storms. They keep on producing warnings, though. You go from state to state, it's gonna make things even more difficult. Kind of wish I had a way to get a multi-regional scan here. This is the best we can do as far as the radar is concerned, as far as a wide view. When is it supposed to pick up? It would be right about now, so this has kind of been underperforming. I'm thinking that this partially might have a little bit to do with this warm front kind of dipping further to the south than anticipated. Originally, I was anticipating it to be a little bit more towards the Kansas-Oklahoma border. Maybe more towards Medicine Lodge and Arkansas City, kind of arching out a little bit further to the east. I was kind of thinking it would be... Let me try and get the right color here. Maybe I was thinking like somewhere around here. But since this hasn't happened, I'm wondering if that difference is making the difference. Yeah, it'd be nice if it wouldn't pick up. So we'll just have to wait and see. That's all I do know. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully this ends up underperforming and we don't get much out of it. We'll be here. We'll be here till at least midnight from the looks of it. Although the weather models are still kind of showing some pretty strong storms, any of which could still produce that strong, violent tornado possibly. The environment's still ripe for it. It's just tricky right now. Appreciate it, Isaiah. Got at least another 2-3 hours possibly before we call it a night. If you have to get off at any point, just, yeah. Yeah, I mentioned that in the video this morning for the memberships. I was supposed to be doing something Tuesday. I may actually end up streaming it instead of going to the event that I was planning to go to. Wednesday I was definitely planning on streaming. Tuesday might be a little complicated. Might be a last minute decision. Yeah, Tuesday's an afternoon setup, but I already had some kind of quote unquote obligation plan, but I might be able to cancel it. Wednesday is late night. No, Wednesday's like mid-afternoon from the looks of it. Or at least when I got to look at it recently, that's what I saw. I'm not entirely sure though. I haven't looked at it since lunchtime. 18Z is coming in. Or it should have come in now, and I haven't had a chance to look at it obviously, so there's that. Be interesting to see what OOZ. Yeah. Oh, you looked at it on NAM. No wonder why you're interested in it. You saw slab mode. I mean, the fact that it went up to enhanced risk, it doesn't make what you were looking for unjustified either. So, kind of in a weird spot there. But yeah, NAM does its own little thing. Uh-oh. So it looks like this storm finally is about to lose the tornado warning here. Looks like it's finally gotten its outflow dominance going. It's channeling its outflow dominance here. So now the Clinton storm looks like it might become the more dominant storm out of the all the tornado warnings right now. Yeah, NAM often does show the worst case scenarios. Some of the craziest soundings I have seen usually been from the NAM 12. NAM 3K is a little bit more reasonable. Well, we called that on I think it was Saturday night. Contingents and I, right before I ended that stream, we did take a little bit of a preview towards Saturday. We were thinking over towards Indiana, where the threat for strong tornadoes would exist. And, well, what do you know? And sometimes it just falls into place like that, you know? Let's go and look at Clinton real quick. Clinton still looks like it's a pretty solid storm here. Is there a big southern tor threat with Wednesday? I'll have to look at that a little later. Don't know if we'll be able to look at that tonight. Thing is, any of these storms right now could still produce a strong to violent tornado. It's in the right environment. It's just these storms aren't discrete. Ouch. Tooth hurts. Damaging winds do seem like the most likely threat, though. This current time, though. It's hard to say for sure, because we're still 48 plus hours out, but based off what I saw on 500 on the 500 millibar, the diffluence kind of favors that type of setup convectively, to where we would see a line. Okay, there we go. All kinds of stuff getting in my eyes right now. Jeez. Yeah, so beat up too from work. Oh, we got another tornado warning now. This one's towards Abilene now. Starting to see a little bit of an increase here in activity. Just a little bit. The Abilene storm isn't super impressive on radar. It's a sneaky little spike in rotation right here where we have the increase in lightning too. Storm is still trying to strengthen. Hey, we've talked about this. Make sure you have a good look at all the models, not just one. We've talked about this. Because that's how you end up being heartbroken if you're going to make a forecast. Too many people look at just one model alone. I mean, even then, sometimes I do it. But usually that's after looking at other models for days at a time. I might try to narrow it down then. GFS is always a good one. Euro is kind of good. That's very bad, Isaiah. That's very bad, man. GFS, Euro. I guess wrap would be pretty good. It's really the parameters that you need to look at, though. You got to make sure you're looking at the right parameters. That's why you got to sit in on more of those weather discussions whenever we do get to have them. Because we do look at the quintessential stuff, and then eventually, if there's time, you look at the bonus parameters to go along with it. I mean, if you can help it, look at more parameters, but if you're looking for the basics, I mean, there's usually a set. There's usually a nice little set of them that you would always want to go with. Whether it's the 500, 700, 850s, always want to look at the temperature advection. Often want to look at the wind profiles. Always look at the wind profiles. And then and of course with severe weather, you also look for instability, the Cape models, that kind of stuff. I'll make a list for you a little later. If we get a real slowdown with these tornado warnings, if we drop back below 3 or 2, maybe I'll try and do it real quick. And if I can overcome the tooth pain. Wrist is hurting too. Dang, just getting beat up recently, it feels like. Trying to change up the music a little bit. I'm trying to find more stuff to play on here. Good news is all our tornado warnings are currently radar indicated. Do have a couple of tornado possible tags with our severe thunderstorm warnings, but well, I think there's only one that actually has the tag right now, which is great news. Again, like I said before, considering what the risk was for today being a high risk, we haven't had a whole lot to talk about here, which is good news. Threat is still there, though. Don't think that it's over just yet. Ouch. My wrist. Dang. I've heard this already. might try and change it up here. Nah, I can't do that yet. Just bear with me, guys. See another point of rotation over here towards Winfield, Kansas that we might need to watch as well. See a little surge right there. Perhaps that might become a new point of interest. So that might be polygon number 6 here in a second. And we also have Omaha here and Lincoln that might be in this severe thunderstorm warning within the next little bit here. Doesn't look like we're dealing with super strong winds over towards Lincoln right now. We do need to watch Omaha though as we continue to go into the evening. Might be a couple of pockets of 60-mile-per-hour gusts just around and outside of Elmwood here. Yep, even some 70-mile-per-hour gusts look possible now. Oh, excuse me guys, I didn't mean to do that. I don't know what just happened there. I did not do that. We still have this pretty strong couplet over here towards Abilene that we'll need to watch. Does look like this is going outflow dominant though, so I don't expect this to keep the warning forever. Let's see if there was anything down at a point. I'm kind of leaning towards no right now, towards Abilene. It's inconclusive. I'm not surprised. I mean, the threat is still there. That's the thing. And then on top of that, there was a sign that I was seeing where we were looking at convection popping off over towards Tulsa. Was that the threat is really going to be with mostly any discrete cells more than anything else. So if I were to go over to Oklahoma City or maybe the Enid radar here, well really this would be more so towards Pond Creek, but see these cells right here are what need to be monitored the most here. Because if any of these mature with the low-level jet strengthening at its current time, I still think that there could be some strong to violent tornadoes. We'll have to see if it verifies or not, but we'll just have to wait and see. We have a tornado warning near Sioux Falls. We completely missed this one. And this was like 12 minutes ago. But Lion, Sioux, Rock, Minnehaha, and Lincoln counties in South Dakota under the gun for that tornado warning. Again, this is near Sioux Falls. My tooth is freaking bothering me like hell right now. is one of the little kinks in the line here. We had a shot at getting something going. Some of the most active weather today has really not even been in the high risk area. It's been more so outside of it so far. We'll have to see whether or not that continues to be the case here. But I do find that slightly amusing and somewhat relieving. I might take some ibuprofen really quick, guys. I'll be right back. My head's freaking killing me right now. Alright, we're back. Sheesh, that was tough. Hopefully that alleviates some of the headaches. Oh, looks like we got our new observed tornado warning. This is the one that Brandon's on. We're going to try to see if we can't get a view of it. This is the one that's heading towards Perry, Oklahoma now. And this is recent as well. Somewhere in there is where I'm thinking he's seen it. See rain and hail mixed in as well. So this is 100% rain wrap, that's for sure. He is very close though. Seems like Brandon's okay though, even though he had a close pass with it from the looks of it. Alright, let's keep things going here. This is our only confirmed tornado on the ground right now. Everything else is still radar indicated at this time. We'll keep an eye on Brandon's storm up here. We'll kind of just go with everything else. We'll kind of just watch everything else as we go and cycle our way through our warnings. Still have the Abilene storm, which is trying to produce. Still looks decent on radar. There is decent rotation. Still a little broad right now, but could easily ramp back up, especially with it being a discrete cell. This linear storm right here, not looking quite as impressive. There's now a tornado warning for South Bend, Nebraska here. Business is starting to pick up. So this is a radar indicated tornado warning for Sarpy and Cass counties. This is 4 miles southwest of Murdoch, 18 miles south of Gretna, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So very fast storm vector there. Also has potential to produce quarter-size hail. Good news is this mainly is expected to remain over rural areas. We do have Mahoney State Park, Scram Park State Recreation Area, South Bend, Platte River State Park, and Alvo that are under the gun here with this tornado warning. Still need to be on watch for that though. Get a closer look at this storm. Weak rotation right there. Yep, there it is right there. Sneaky little scan where it pops up and tries to produce a quick spin up, but I don't think this is gonna last very long if it ends up being on the ground. So back down to Oklahoma we go. This is our observed tornado warning right here. This is what Brandon is on right now, and then we have this storm over here that's still radar indicated at the moment. Let's go to this radar site here, just outside of Enid. This storm doesn't look all that impressive on radar. This, however, does. This has a history of producing a tornado. It produced this tornado right here just to the north of Hennessy. Appreciate everybody that has stuck around up to this point. I know it has been a slow evening so far, but it does look like things are starting to ramp up, which may not be a good thing. Given the kind of area that and the environment that we have right now, I am concerned still that we could have some pretty strong and violent tornadoes still. Seeing how these storms are developing out ahead of this little line here definitely piques my interest. If these have time to mature, I do think some of these could become pretty significant. We'll probably see how things kind of develop over the course of the next hour here. But it does look like at least on the northern flank here, our storms are really starting to pick up here in intensity. Go ahead and push this into a loop here real quick and kind of take a little time here. Oh man, my head hurts. Phew. looks like we're going to see this tornado warning maybe expire. And now we're going to downgrade back to a severe thunderstorm warning with half dollar size hail potential with that storm to the south here, just outside of Custer City. I'm starting to think that this storm that's over towards Perry may try and go outflow dominant. I do think it still has the potential to produce a tornado, but it has definitely lost the observed tag now. So might get a little break in the action here for just a moment. Head hurts. Heck on it. Excuse me. Seeing the shape of that storm in particular kind of interests me, because it kind of has that look to it, like it wants to be super cellular. Right now it's not quite there yet, but if it has the time to grow, I think it can make it. So now we're down to one Oklahoma tornado warning. We still have two Kansas tornado warnings and a Nebraska tornado warning, along with a tornado warning that's snuck now into Iowa and parts of southwestern Minnesota. Now, I didn't expect it to go that far to the north, but how about that? But this is affecting three states here: Lyon County in northwestern Iowa, Rock County in Minnesota, and Minnehaha County in South Dakota. This is located over Rowena, 10 miles to the east of Sioux Falls, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So Brandon, Garriston, Valley Springs, Beaver Creek, Palisades State Park, and Corson, 2 minutes before the storm arrives over you. Sherman, 7 minutes. Jasper, 12 minutes. Hardwick, 17 minutes. Still quite a few polygons left. Far from finished. Looks like they might be extending this tornado watch a little further to the east now. No, it's still the same. It's still the same. They're just maintaining the watch at the moment. This, however, is new. New tornado watch that now includes a good chunk of western Iowa. It stretches all the way into even Des Moines, Iowa. So overnight we could see maybe a quick spin up or two across the region here. Let's go ahead and look at the details of the watch. A couple tornadoes possible, damaging winds possible with significant gusts up to hurricane force possibly, and large hail is possibly going to reach up to about maybe 1.5 inches in diameter, which would be about ping pong ball size. Could do some pretty good damage to your car. might need a second to look away from the computer. Head's freaking hurting, man. I'll be right back. Which model? Which model, Isaiah? Oh, you're waiting on HRRR. That's gonna be a while. It's gonna be close to like 10 Eastern, maybe like 9 Central before that's done. It's typically how it is. Sometimes it'll load by like 45 after. But yeah, you're still gonna be waiting for about a good 20 minutes. I'm gonna take a moment and look away from all the computer screens for a minute. I will be right back. on. Alright, can you guys hear me? Alright, I think I'm good for now. Been kind of struggling over the last day and a half with my tooth. It's been really bothering me. Took some medicine to help, and it's weird. I've had like a side effect of headaches here and there now since then. I don't know what exactly is causing that, but it's been rough the last 24 hours. Yeah, Saturday it got so bad I could barely sleep. So I think my body's just kind of in a weird spot right now, so I apologize if I seem a little bit off. I feel like I'd like to think that I'm a little sharper than what I am right now. Still multiple tornado warnings ongoing in South Dakota and then on the tri-state region. This is going to push its way into Minnesota a bit further now, interestingly enough. So fast movers too up here up north. Forward speed could be as high as 50 to 55 miles an hour. Speaking of which, there's 55 right there. But Moody Lake and Brookings counties in South Dakota, that's where we could be seeing a possible tornado. This is 14 miles south of Brookings. This is moving north at 55, so it is on the way. If you are in Brookings, but this will be approaching there in 2 minutes. And then Volga, you have about 12 minutes before it's on you. We have a third one now that's popped up here. This is a brand new one. This is, of course, Pipestone, Moody, and Minnehaha counties. This is a mixture of Minnesota and South Dakota counties here. This is located near Sherman. Trent, this storm will be on top of you in 6 minutes. Pipestone, Flandreau, and Pipestone National Monument, you have 11 minutes. Yeah, the northern mode's starting to go off. Makes me wonder if the southern mode's going to go off next. If it does, then that's going to be a big problem. We also have this storm here, which is capable of producing. Also near Valley Springs. It's heading towards Garreton, Jasper, and Sherman. Well, now. Then Hardwick around 6 minutes from now. Got the northern mode popping off. We still got the central mode going. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings in the southern mode. Nebraska still in the game here. This Auburn, Nebraska storm is looking decent on radar. It's nothing incredible at the moment, but we know that that can evolve pretty quickly. There's that weak rotation there for now. Here's our Kansas mode of storms here. Still have that one pretty active tornado warning here towards Junction City, which is just not willing to give it up. Still going to keep on trying to spin up. Yeah, the more you scream big in here, the more likely I am to ignore you. Got too much of a headache to be dealing with that right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Look at what he's saying, or listen to what he's saying. You don't think that that line still isn't coming your way? I think that the line's still coming. Might have two different lines coming. You may even get a discreet cell if you're lucky. Or unlucky. Are you sure you want one? This would be one of those days where I would say be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it, and it might be a lot more than what you bargained for. So let's really ask ourselves, is this what we want? Okay. Saying yes, please. Okay. If it goes wrong, don't say I didn't warn you. If it goes wrong, I don't want to hear it. Like, I told you what could happen here. Not even sure if you'll be fine. Look at you. But yeah, there you go. Look at that. Then you could still get convection from the southern flank here. Talking about, wasn't I supposed to get a line of storms? It's most likely going to end up being overnight. You're most likely going to get it overnight. Oh, excuse me. Hold on here. What was that, Isaiah? I saw that message. You might as well say it at this point. Nah, I saw a lot of that. I saw a lot of that message. You goofed, man. You goofed it. You lost the game, buddy. You lost the game. It's like my tooth is losing my game. That's really sus. Good job, Baconator. Well done. The storm tracks are north-northeast, so you can still get hit from the same mode that's in Oklahoma. It's just going to be later in the evening. You're still going to get hit by something. Could be worse. You could get teased by, like my area is. Or you get teased with a popcorn thunderstorm just about every other day, and then you get nothing. But the area around the corner gets rain. So, it could be bad. It could be bad, but it also could be worse, too. Y'all want severe weather. I just want a regular thunderstorm. Heck. Just give me a couple flashes of lightning. I'll be happy. Been struck by a smooth linear. I'll give that one maybe a 5.5, maybe a 6 out of 10. Oh my god, my tooth. Wait, I'm joking. Nope, too late. I've already given you the rating. I'll give you a 6 out of 10 just to be generous. That was whack. Isaiah, you're banned. No, don't ban anyone. Don't ban them. Don't ban an admin or a mod, I mean. Isaiah's getting timed out for 10 years. Oh, here you two go. Well, this will keep things interesting for a little bit. Time to get some popcorn then. Oh no. Oh no. Oh! Timed out for that one too. Oh, brother. Still got our 5 tornado warnings right now, it looks like. Yep, 5. 5 polygons. Reality. Wait, where are the other warnings at? Oh, wow. Got Kansas and we have South Dakota right now. Yeah, this is kind of underperformed. It's kind of leaned more into maybe a nocturnal threat, but even then, I'm becoming a little bit more skeptical of it by the minute. Honestly, given the way it looked today, I wouldn't mind it being an underperformer. We've had plenty of big outbreaks this season, and I would love to see a little bit of a cool down. Especially considering the fact that also my niece and nephew live in Oklahoma City. So not having them at risk would be pretty nice. Well, yeah, this definitely looks like it's downtrending pretty heavy right here. When we can stop having a severe weather outbreak within every 2 days of each other, when I don't have to make a forecast literally almost every morning, and maybe I'll actually be able to play a video game. I haven't played any video games hardly. Like I've literally missed almost all of Modern Warfare 3 Zombies season 3 here. Like I was supposed to have unlocked all the schematics by now from season 2 and season 3, and I have not done that. So yeah, I haven't been able to do much in the way of gaming. Then there's still music that I'm writing in the process of that, and yeah, I'm behind on a lot of stuff. Kind of sucks. Yeah, windbags. It'd be easier to probably. Well, no, not really. Summertime the windbags is yeah. 12 miles of running this week. Not bad, not bad. About 2 miles of running almost every day. Really, more like 3/4 of a mile. It's still pretty good. Staying consistent. Yeah, I remember you were talking about the shin splints. I've had them before. They're not fun. They hurt a lot. 30 miles a week. That's pretty impressive. Not something I would do. That Oklahoma warning is looking nice on Velo. Which radar site are you looking at, man? Like, because I don't like how it looks on Tulsa's radar. Oklahoma City is obviously too far. Maybe Wichita's in a weird spot. Are you using the Tulsa radar? That's what you get for talking a whole bunch of mess, Isaiah. Seeing that Dave's single is better, you already knew that was going to trigger him anyway. Whoa, 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 whoa. Peppermint Frosties are not that bad. Or mint Frosties are not that bad if you add the right amount of chocolate with that. Okay? Let's not do that, okay? They aren't terrible, but you gotta make it the right way though. And here you go again, and here he goes again. Baconator just not playing with you tonight. Not going for any of it. Mint and vanilla? That's interesting. It's an interesting combination. I'm curious about how that would go. But at the same time, I'm not sure if I want to test the waters with that either. Kinda semi-skeptical. Well, if he hits that like button, maybe we'll hit 20. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, we got 20. It's been a slow night, though. That velocity looked good for a moment, and now it is going away quick. Aw, Baconator. It's okay. You're forgiven. Trolling. He's out here trolling. Oh, wow, this is funny. It's entertaining. Oops. Ah, this is funny. Oh, you didn't mean to do that one? Daggone it. You didn't hide. Please don't tell me you didn't hide him. That'd be funny if you actually did. Just make sure he is not hidden. He got timed out for 1.8k seconds. Oh no, this is getting worse. Listen, if you're gonna sign in on other accounts, you better hit the like button at least. Oh my goodness. That's kind of funny though, not gonna lie. Now that was intentional. You messed up that. It's funny. That's funny. Huh? Uh-oh. Are the storm chasers actually about to go into the hotel already? What the heck? If so... Oh, man. Wow. I think they're thinking that that warm front being pushed to the south really changed the game for today. Like I said, it's always the little minute things like that that happen on these high risk days that can make or break an event. Oh, okay. It's not fair though, because his accounts are not a mod and yours is. It's not in this particular account that you're using your admin on, so no, it's not fair. Just literally time him out just for pretending to hear his breath essentially, and I can't do anything to stop you fully, other than time you out myself. That strategy failed. That was pretty funny. One 88th of a pound of catfish. You guys are something else. You guys are something else, man. I tell you. Okay. I'm starting to wonder if they're gonna call it a night. If they're calling it a night, that's no bueno, man. Still looking at radar indicated tornado warnings right now, which is good news, but wow. It's pretty telling. The fact that storm chasers are potentially calling it a night here. Because unless I was mistaken, I'm pretty sure that on Corey's feed I saw the hotel. Now, I don't know if they were staying in something that nice. Typically they don't, but you never know. If they do, then sheesh. Night's over for them. For them, I would definitely call it an underperformer. Not necessarily a bust, but definitely underperformer. Oh, dang. Baconator's not playing games with just for drinker. Head hurts. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm trying to stick with this. Because I'm like, what if we say that again? And then it goes the other way. How did your arm... I'm not going to answer that. How am I supposed to? Ooh, sheesh. Isaiah, you act as if we don't know that's you. You act as if we don't know that that's not already you. What the heck, man? You made it too obvious. Even if you weren't trying to fool us, like the fact that you made it so obvious, I'm like, come on now. I need you to do a little bit better than that. Like, I want to actually put your brain. I want you to actually have to think up something crazy. Put your brain to work. Isaiah, you troll. Excuse me. Still have that one storm over towards northern Oklahoma here. Let's take a look at that. Nice little signature right there. The second that you mentioned the name, you screwed it up, man. Big Nader, don't time out, big. Never mind. I would have just been like, alright, do what you want to do. I would have just sat there and laughed like I did then. Tee hee hee, hoo hoo, ha ha. Yeah. Ah. That was funny though. Don't time out. Don't time me out. Trying to put an ultimatum. I should time you out for speaking such nonsense. Oh, hello. It's got a nice little signature to it now. It's still trying to do something here. Still signs of fight in it. Oh, slipped off. So let's look at gate to gate on this. So we're looking at almost 88 miles an hour, or 84 miles an hour, excuse me. I'm gonna take a little bit of a walk. I'm not taking a break. I'm just trying to keep myself awake. Just to be ready. Yep, I am muted. I realized it. If you keep saying dog, I'm not even gonna call you Bacon anymore. I'm gonna call you Randy Johnson from American Idol. You might be too young. Yeah, I forgot I was muted. What the heck? Okay. You know what? Get wrecked. Yep. When you hear those clicks, for me, it's over. But no, I wouldn't time you out. What did you do? What did you do, Baconator? What would you have done? But look how long they've been timed out for. Can you see it? I just went and said, "You've won the grand prize, sir." Oh, for being 30 seconds behind? Oh, no, no, no. You're good, dude. You are good. I'm not even. I don't have any reason to kick you or time you out or anything like that. I am chilling. Also, what's up, Kyle? In case you didn't hear me, because I was probably muted like an idiot. Just trying to walk away from my screen for a second to kind of ease the headache and then also wake up. You're gonna leave because of rain. Okay. Better hurry up and go on your run. Oh. Another little notch right here. I told you not to wait too long. You don't want to listen to me, though. That's some strong gate to gate here. Stronger gate to gate. Yep, over 100 knots. Might have something there. If not a tornado, we definitely have some strong winds. Maybe even closing in on hurricane force. I sure did. I sure did, sir. Okay. Baconator, what the hell? Dang. Baconator seems very unhappy about that. He's like, let me out. Oh, that's funny. This was funny. This was very funny. I was locked in prison. And who was your cellmate? With Ark. Oh, okay. That took a turn pretty fast. That took quite a turn there. Was locked in a cell with R. Kelly. Sheesh. You're never leaving the bathroom, Isaiah. Jeez, that took a turn too. Oh, let me go ahead and get the warnings back up. Yo, what are you two on, man? Can I get my warnings back? What the hell? So we got a new tornado warning back over towards Oklahoma here. This is Kingfisher, Blaine, and Canadian counties. This tornado producing storm was located near Greenfield, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So some other locations we'll have to watch for is Gary, Okarche, and Greenfield. It's no problem. Thank you for tuning in, Nanette. First off, pause. Secondly, macaroni. It's not like I have an issue with spaghetti, though. Oh, excuse me. Oh, don't even try that, Baconator. You know exactly what this is. I know exactly what game you're trying to play. Don't think I won't time you out, too. And it's not that we couldn't talk about that. It's more you're trying to troll me into something, and I do not think so. It will not happen, man. I'm not falling for it, okay? I'm simply not falling for it. Arkansas will not be serious tonight. Tomorrow might be a little different, though. But tonight you should be alright. Well, actually, I stand corrected. Towards northwest Arkansas could get a little active, but that's going to be overnight. As far as most of the night, we should be alright. Depending on what happens tonight might determine heavily what happens the following day. But yeah, Tuesday it looks like you guys are going to be quieter. Wednesday could be a bigger day for you. But there's still a few things left to be determined here. Oh. Oh. Got another new tornado warning. This is furthest off to the east that we've seen so far tonight. This is just outside of Homney. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, if I can get this to pop up here, for Osage and Pawnee counties. This is located over Turleton, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Some areas in the path include, but are not limited to, Homney, Cleveland, Barnsdall, Avant, Westport, Osage, Tarleton, Talent, and Wolco counties. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, by the way, folks. Trying to see if I can get my warning cue to pop back up here. Might have to reopen Radar Omega here. Daggone it, Isaiah. So yeah, you're trying to get a blooper for some stupid things in the bio. I wanted to try and make it rhyme, but I'm not going to do that. So yeah. I was about to say, yeah, that was very sus, Baconator. Hoping that you would get pounded weather-wise. I'm assuming you actually looked up the whole Diddy situation. If so, that's pretty funny. Okay, you two are trolls. You two are master trolls here. Okay, so it looks like we still have tornado warnings ongoing in Iowa. Still looking at 8 tornado warning polygons right now, all of which are radar indicated. We have up to 17 severe thunderstorm warning polygons, large number of which have 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Only one of those has a tornado possible tag. How did you end up like almost 5 hours behind? Wow, that's crazy. That's insane. Oof, eyes. Might need to take a moment here and walk around again, or maybe I'll stand up for about 5 seconds. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just stand up for a few seconds here. Should still be able to hear me, I think, for the most part, at least. Just standing up for a couple minutes, just trying to keep the blood flowing, staying awake here. Huh? My eyes weren't necessarily hurting, Baconator. It's just more me staying awake. No, that's not necessarily normal for it to sound like there's a helicopter in your ear. You may need to get that checked out. I'm just saying. Glad you agree with me. I'm glad you do, Nanette. I try to make a half decent forecast. Sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't. Today I've been kind of more towards the not, because I mean there was a high risk and we haven't really gotten a whole lot out of it just yet. Then again, this is expected to pick up towards nocturnal hours. Let's see what this does though. Let's see what our time frame is right now. Okay, so we're at to UTC O2Z, I should say. All right, there we go. Yeah, for your sake, I hope. I mean, I'd love to see your composite do well. I don't know how well it's going to do because, I mean, like I said, a number of things have kind of changed a bit from what I can see here. I'm gonna change the radar mode while I'm at it. I've seen a few changes here. Definitely not seeing as much in the way of discrete cells here like I thought I would be seeing, and I think that could play a part in how things ultimately pan out. Still have storms that are producing tornadoes amongst a line, but I think our violent tornado threat is trying to drop off here. Blaming Isaiah for changing the weather. Yeah, things got changed so much to where Tennessee even got a tornado. Not so much for Oklahoma. It had to share with everybody else. And then when it refused, Mother Nature took its toys away from them, which is actually a good thing because it didn't want the toys to begin with. But still got in trouble as a result. Excuse me. Yeah, I seriously think that warm front dipping a little further south than anticipated definitely played a part. Oh wow, almost passed out for a second. Holy crap. You want... No, okay. I'm not falling for that. Pause. Pause. And you gotta say it with the New York accent. Pause. Let's see what Brad Arnold's doing with this. Definitely looks like heavy rain, and he is far away from the storm. Yeah, sure you do. Sure you don't. Doesn't matter. You sure don't want those toys. That is not my business, though. I sure as heck would want to see them. Okay, it looks like we aren't seeing too much from Brad Arnold's feed. I think he's a little too far behind this storm. Let's see what Connor has going on here. There we go. That's a lot better. So we still got that one tornado, one storm that everyone's still looking at like, huh, maybe it'll do something. Wow, how did Brandon get this far out to the east here? Okay. Wait, what? Only 6 months? What are you talking about? Are you all talking about the next badge? Are you talking about the next membership badge where you have the two lightning bolts? Or did I miss it? Another tornado, if you know, you know. What? I'm gonna just pretend I didn't know. These are all radar indicated anyway, so that's good news. Uh-oh. This might be something over here towards Hominy. When Brandon says something like that, you need to pay attention. The supercell looks angry. That's what it looks like. It doesn't look like that. It looks angry. Supercell looks like it has fuel, fire, and all which it desires. It's a Metallica reference, by the way, to anyone that doesn't know. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me all which I desire. Ooh. I'm about to time out both of you for like 50 years. We'll give you the life sentence. Yep, I'm going to time out Baconator first. You should have seen that coming. You both are being buffoons, that's why. I saw that little message you retracted before I got you. I saw that message. How unoriginal. I said it was a Metallica reference. Now shut up. You've been timed out like 6 times. I saw that Baconator. Yeah, that couplet looks pretty mean right now. That could be confirmed in the next couple of minutes, actually. We could be seeing that too, because Brandon is very close to that. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at that. Let's go ahead and look at CC. Hang on a second. Let's have a look at that. Okay, so let's flip. I think that actually could be down. That looks very sus. I do think that requires a siren. I think that is down, folks. Just outside of Hominy, Oklahoma here. You might have a new tornado on the ground, possibly a big tornado too. So this is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. capable of producing golf ball sized hail. If you're in Hominy, Barsdal, Avent, Osage, Talent, and Wolco, you need to be on the lookout for a potentially large tornado. They have not confirmed this yet, but it is highly likely that this is on the ground. This is a very powerful signature. Yeah, that next scan just pretty much proves that, yeah, that's on the ground. And that is likely a big tornado. Yep, they just confirmed it now. What's up, Atlanta, Florida girl? Welcome back. Right in time, right on time. We have a large tornado on the ground now. And Brandon Kopic is chasing it. Oh, no. My mouse fell. Sorry about that. If it somehow moved the screen, it doesn't look like it did. So I think we should be fine. I don't know what keeps causing that mouse to fall down. You think you're a chef, so you still have a ways to go. Turkey burgers does not make you a chef, sir. Almost everybody in my family can make them. You gonna have to... What was that? Yeah, that is looking gnarly. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. This is what we were worried about. This right here. And this is heading towards Barnsdall now. Oh, no. This is precisely what we were worried about. Okay, so here's Barnsdall again. Let's try this again. Ah, that's what the problem is. Not that many people in the path of the storm, but still. Yeah, I think we're going to see a PDS warning in the next little bit here. And there it is. There it is, the PDS warning. It's already a PDS tornado warning. I mean, just look at it on radar. I mean, it's exactly what you would look for. Textbook. Look at how sharp the return. Oh my goodness. This is a super dangerous tornado right here. If I've ever seen one. That is a PDS tornado warning, folks, for this storm towards Hominy. If you are in Barnsdall at all, you need to be taking shelter. You need to be running there, actually. Do not play with this one. We were worried that this would eventually go nocturnal, and surely enough it did. This is Brandon Kopic's feed right here that we're looking at right now. He's the only storm chaser that's on this storm right now from Radar Omega. we can actually look at. But he might have found the jackpot storm. I think it actually might even be stronger than that on the gate to gate. Look at this. Let's see if we can find it here. All right, 60 to... Yeah, it's over 140. Might be closer to 150. Yeah, we're close. Yeah, we're getting closer to like 145 maybe. Dangerous either way. I think if Brandon keeps heading in the direction he's heading now, he's going to get a good look at this storm. Oh, we have an observed tornado in Iowa now, too. Let's go ahead and check that out as well. This is a confirmed tornado in Iowa. It's towards Potawatomi and also over towards Shelby counties. This is 11 miles east of Harlan, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour as well. Confirmed tornado on the ground. Thankfully, it looks like not much is to be expected from that storm right now. Let's go ahead and scroll up. Or scroll out, I should say. Let's go ahead and match these real quick and go on from there. And we're switching back to our storm over in Oklahoma after that point. Does look like that this storm doesn't quite have as prevalent a signal as the Oklahoma storm. So we're going to switch over. Take a look. Does look like this might have downtrended just a little bit. Just great news. I'm gonna walk around a little bit more to try to keep myself awake here. May even get a sip of water. I'll be right back. Oh, I haven't forgotten Baconator, trust me. That's why I'm not trying to go to sleep. I'm just trying to get through. I'm trying to break through. Be right back. I saw those messages, by the way, Isaiah, before I came back. So pause. Secondly, just to reiterate what you were saying, Baconator. This is why I didn't go off when I started thinking, okay, maybe these storms aren't going to really pop off. They extended that high risk all the way to Tulsa, so it wasn't out of the question that this would happen. The stuff that Isaiah was saying, the messages that he's now since retracted, I did see that before I stepped away. Eyes like a freaking hawk, man. That's all it is. And also a little bit of bad luck on your part, too. Just saying. Let me go back. Boom. Alright, we are back. Does look like the tornado has since lifted now. For the moment. Just as you reiterated before, Baconator, cyclic supercell could recycle though. Donate half a cent. You mean a sixpence? Ah, it's a discrete cell. This is exactly what we were worried about too. How ironic. Hang on a second. Thought I saw something from Corey Gherkin's page, or maybe I'm just tripping or something. Said just go steal from a homeless dude. Sheesh. Jeez, Isaiah. That's kind of harsh. Then again, fair enough. Half a penny, half a cent. If I could ship you a penny without tying my pockets up completely, then I'd totally do it. I'd send you half a penny. I thought I saw something on Corey's stream for a second there. I just split water. You just spit water all over your food. Good job, man. Good job. You just ruined your food. That was a very bad move, Isaiah. Putting your food on your nightstand. Over your... I'm half asleep right now, if I'm being completely honest, but I'm here. You just spilled water all over your bed. Ty eats raw ginger on stream for energy. If only I had raw ginger. If I had raw ginger, I'd try it. Has a little kick to it. I'd be down to try it just to ensure that I survive the rest of the stream without passing out. It's like a couple times where I've literally just almost started to nod off. I figured that at some point I was going to struggle a little. If I can end up awake, that's all that matters. When would I be sponsored by Wendy's? That's really up to you. You're the one with the name Baconator. You are the one with the name Baconator, so I can't even answer that question, dude. The only thing that will make things even more full circle and more likely for me to probably get sponsored is if we had another mod or admin that was named Dave. Yeah, OZ should be in now for sure. In fact, O1Z. I'm the one who lets you stay here. I mean, yeah, no. That's partially true, I feel like, but not entirely. Yeah, O1Z's almost done now. It should be, at least. So, yeah, you should be able to sift through OOZHRRR and be able to get a good idea of what's going on. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I remember that. One time, I do remember that one time. So we still have a PDS warning on the way down right now. This is Osage County in Oklahoma. It's every 6 hours with the HRRR that allows you to go to 48 hours. The max range of an HRRR run is 48 hours. And that's on 00, 06, 12, and 18. Maybe you might want to actually go for NAM 3 kilometer. Should be close to done too if it's not done already. Look at that hook. Still got a nasty couplet on there. Yep, the textbook hook, textbook velocity, and the debris ball to go with it. Oh no. This is going to be going right through Barnstall, guys. This is going straight through Barnstall. Oh no. That's going straight through Barnstall, dude. No question about it. That's going to go straight through the center of that town. Exactly what we were worried about right here. Look at that. Yep, that's hitting the town. That debris ball's literally right on the edge of town right now. So yeah, that town's getting hit. Oh man. No, it's not. It already has. It's not an already situation. It's going through town. Actively going through town. It's already hit something. It's already hit things, but it's going straight through the heart of town. There. Oh wow! They went tornado emergency. This is going to be heading towards Bartlettsville, or Bartsville. Wow. It's the first tornado emergency we've done on stream this year, actually, I think. This is a tornado emergency for Bartsville. My goodness. Let's see. Oh boy. I don't know if I even want to look at the population here. This is exactly what we were worried about, man. This is exactly what we were worried about. Oh no. 40,000 plus overall between Barnesdall and Bartsville and everywhere in between. 40,000 plus. My goodness. Exactly what we didn't want. Exactly what we did not want, boys. Damn it. So, yep, every reason why. That's pretty much more than enough reason why to issue an emergency. Daggone it. Barnsdall has about a population of about 1,000. Yep, that's correct. You are right. Okay, I misread that a little bit. But yep. Daggone it, man. Yeah, this is gonna go straight towards Bartlesville. This is exactly what we were hoping to not see. What a terrible situation this has turned into. My goodness. Well, tired as can be, but I'm here. I am here, daggone it. The craziest part is the only storm chaser from Radar Omega that's on this right now is Brandon Kopic. Oh yeah, I know. So you get this big tornado here. Then you get the storm to follow along with it. Uh-oh. Brandon Kopic's about to drive into Barnsdall. We're about to see something. We might be about to see it. We might be about to see some damage that it's done. What a nightmare scenario that's become. Violent nocturnal tornado. Yep, branches everywhere. Can't see anything right now at all. So far, it does look like it missed a lot of town, though. There are a lot of buildings that are still standing. I don't know if he's driven directly through the damage path just yet. Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe it's not too bad. Yeah, there's a trash can, but they're still looking good. I think they're still looking all right. Maybe it wasn't that bad. Look at that rotation couplet, though. It's still going strong. It's still super strong. Okay, he's getting a little closer to the direct path, because it went through the center of town, it looked like. Seeing more branches on the ground. Uh-oh. Yeah, we all hope it lifts soon, man. We all hope it lifts soon. Okay, so there's a roof missing on a house. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Might turn. I think I'm going to turn it off from this point. I'm going to turn it off from this point. We're going to let Brandon do what he's supposed to do, his thing out there. All we can do is try to do our part with keeping an eye on the warnings here. You hate to see stuff like that. What a storm that was. It's still not done. This is starting to merge with that line now, so it'll be interesting to see how this develops from that point onward. We'll still be on the ground. Will this morph into something much more significant? Or are we going to end up seeing this get choked off and die? So far, we haven't really gotten much in the way of violent tornadoes tonight. That might be one. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, you can see why I cut it off. Because I realized just what was going on there. I just decided, okay, it might be in our best interest to probably cut that off. We still have that tornado emergency ongoing, by the way. Bartlesville, you need to be in your safe spot. Really strong velocity couplet. Really impressive debris signature. This is all from Barnesville and Harmony, where we're getting all this debris right now. This is all from in between Homney and Barthville alone. So we need to watch out for Bartlesville, and Dewey that are next in line here. What a debris ball. My goodness. Can we get this to roll here? There we go. Yeah, that debris ball is still really apparent on radar, so that's not a good sign. Excuse me, guys. Trying to hang in there. I'm exhausted, but I'm gonna try to gut this one out. That rotation is still really strong, really tight couplet. Debris is starting to smear outward though, so that might be a sign that this is trying to weaken. Let's hope for the best here. Keep the people in Barndall in your thoughts, and also the people of Bartsville, because this is still heading their way. Did not mean to pull that up. It's a bad feeling. Come on, baby, weaken. We need you to weaken just a little bit more. To where the Bartville storm is not remembered. It's already bad enough. This will be one that's remembered for its strength. Is new storm initiation? Yep. It's exactly what I was worried about. I figured over here, right over towards Tulsa, was going to be a spot of interest. Okay, let's see. Will the radar work? Okay, there we go. Oh. Come on. Why isn't this working? Have we lost the radar site? Dang it, man. I can't get the radar loop to work. It's a bunch of crap right here, man. This is not a good time for my radar to not work. Like, somebody's been messing with our stuff here, and that's a huge problem. There we go. Let's see. Let's try this now. See if we can get this to work now. Yeah, I think this is gonna go right through Bartlesville. I'd love to be able to tell for sure if the loop would work. That's the only problem I'm having. There we go. Finally, we got it to go. Yeah, I was kind of struggling to get the loop to work. Yeah, this is gonna get very close to Bartlesville, if not hit it directly. Oh man, definitely not what we wanted to see. Not at all. Yeah, we're gonna see it hit. Hate to say it, but odds are we're gonna see Bartlesville get hit. I don't like to be negative, but this is just honest. I'm pretty sure we're about to see it get hit. Dang, half exhausted right now. I gotta snap out of it. Okay, that's interesting. Whenever I go to correlation coefficient, that's when the loop stops working. Okay. There we go. Look at that. Now it's up and running. It does look like this is about to hit right now. If it's not hitting there now. It did weaken in all fairness, Isaiah. It has weakened a little bit. It's still observed though, so I mean, I would still say PDS is right, but it is weakening for the moment at least. They could still reissue the emergency, but still. Huge problem. Yeah, PDS or TOR emergency. It's not gonna matter that much. At the end of the day, I hope. Yeah, we hope the people got the warning, and we hope everybody got through safe. That's what matters the most right now. Trying to find a little bit more energy. Just hang in there. Just hang in there. Ouch. Just hit my hand. Oh, did not want that. Down to 2 tornado warnings, though. That's the crazy thing. But even so, yeah, it's going through the city. We already knew it would, though. But it does look like it's weakened notably. Yeah, that's in Bartonville. It's hitting town, but at least it's weaker. At least it's not EF3 plus strength like we thought it was when it was heading over towards Barndall or whatever the name was. I can't remember. Dang. Feel myself trying to black out. Hang in there. Let's go ahead and look at some numbers here for tonight with our severe weather threat. Oh boy, here comes some of the videos. So I found a video of this maybe being slabbed here, of maybe some slabbing going on, or maybe a big storm ongoing. I don't know what's going on here. Mile-wide wedge tornado reported. Well, we told you, stupid. Baconator, we told you, stupid behind not to run, so can't feel the same sympathy for you like we do with these folks. It's a little different with this. We saw another cell that's a lot like Rolling Fork go on here. But yeah, Bartlesville got smacked. We told you behind to stay inside. You don't want to listen to us, though. You want to talk about other people being the lightning rod, and you almost ended up one yourself, so good job, you doofus. Maybe next time you'll listen. Maybe next time you'll listen. But yeah, I think Barnsdall has been hit pretty daggone hard by what looks to be a pretty strong, maybe even a violent tornado. Crazy thing is, we're slowing down on the tornado warnings right now. Yeah. what the CC was like. It was pretty well pronounced. It's gone now. That's what it was like. It's still there. But before it got to Bartlesville, it was even worse. It's still about to hit Dewey, too. That's the thing. It's far from finished. Essentially, yes, that is a donut hole, Isaiah. Yep, that's a donut hole right there that you are looking at, Isaiah. Unfortunately. So it's another telltale sign that we have a very strong, potentially even violent tornado on the ground here. Yeah. It's not uncommon to see a debris ball like that, especially as the tornado begins to weaken and shoot out, and the debris kind of being shot out a bit as the circulation would weaken. But still, just jeez, man. To think that this is like maybe the third time we've seen it just this year alone is something else, man. Yeah, unfortunately. It does look like this is finally weakening, though. I'm pretty sure this is about to lift if it's not already lifted. Who would have? What do you know? High risk might have verified just with that one storm. It's all that matters. If you have a storm like this, high risk can still verify. Oh, okay. Well, we aren't really I'm sorry to tell you, Baconator. We're glad you're alright, but unfortunately, we can't put our focus on that. I actually had to cut off Brandon's stream because the damage was pretty bad, dude. Damage is pretty bad. Thankfully now this tornado warning is now back to radar indicated. You missed it. It was actually a Tor E. You actually missed it. It went all the way up to the top of the top. I already saw it. But we told you not to go out there and you chose not to listen, so that's kind of your own fault, buddy. I was joking, but I also wasn't joking. I mean, you knew the risk. We told you not to do it. Oh. We told you not to be out there, though, man. We told you not to be out there. I don't know why you didn't want to listen to us. Or at least I told you not to. You didn't want to listen to me, though. Nope. You sure did not want to listen to me. It was worth it. No, it was not. Because you still keep talking about how you nearly got struck by lightning. And all that could have been avoided if you kept your behind inside. So, no, it was not worth it. Topeka's in the clear, total domination right now. The real issue is what's going on in Oklahoma right now. I think we just had a really violent tornado to go through there. Bartlesville just got hit really hard, but yeah, we all hope for the best right now. It was bad. It was pretty bad. Let's go to 21 frames. No, his stream is still on, Baconator, for now. I don't know how long it'll stay that way, but he's probably not going to be chasing anything else after that. He's probably going to be staying over there and making sure that people get out safely. But yeah, Topeka's in the clear, total domination. There's nothing for you guys to really worry about now. You guys are relatively stable. Tornado threats dropped off. Honestly, as a whole, for our area for tonight, our severe weather area tonight, I think the tornado threat's pretty much done. The secondary part of the line right here is not even at severe limits, so nothing for you to really be concerned with at this point now. You're just going to get some heavy rain, and that's going to be the end of that. But yeah, the chase is over for him. That goes without saying, honestly. Whoever made the call tonight to extend the high risk all the way over to Tulsa was a genius. They knew exactly what was going on. They were 100% right on that one. Now, Baconator, there is an exception to that rule. If the first responders are already there, then your job would probably be best suited to continue chasing. If there's enough first responders there, that's the key that's the key to it. If there's the event where you are the first responder there, if you don't get out and help, then you are fake. But if there is enough of a response from the EMT units, then your best effort would probably be to try to get ahead of other storms and chase. Try to get warnings out to other people as best as possible. Especially if it's in an area where there aren't as many storm chasers available and there's a multitude of storms. But those are very specific circumstances. You're talking like almost super outbreak levels of thunderstorms being available. And then also the rapid response from, every situation's fluid, just like the situation where you nearly got struck by lightning when you knew you shouldn't have been out there. I'm just saying. How's the build up south of Tulsa looking? It's not really much going on south of Tulsa. I mean, there's storms that are firing off, but they're not really doing much of anything. They're staying below severe limits. The further east we go, the less impressive they become. You may see a secondary chance for development here, but I think it might be few and far in between. Yeah, it looks like for right now you're good if you're looking south of Tulsa. Just keep an eye on them, just in case. Like, a lot of these don't look like they're organized right now. I will say that. Like, if you look over towards Muskogee, you see one that's kind of getting its act together. But what I'm thinking is actually going to happen, you can kind of see the gust front from this main line. This may end up inhibiting these storms. It also could, maybe it could fuel them. But I think it's actually going to end up crossing over to Arkansas before they really organize. I don't think the Cape is going to make it that far to the east. Yeah, it can't be out during the lightning storm, man. I'm telling you. I've had a couple close calls myself. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it either. I was thinking if it crossed the outflow boundary parallel, like it looks like it's about to, I think that it would probably cause them to weaken. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit I'm a little bit delirious. I've been half asleep for the last couple of hours here. I've been trying not to completely black out. But we made sure we were able to cover this tornado, so that's enough, because I knew that there was a chance there was going to be that one odd cell, and there it was. But yeah, with it going parallel here of this gust front, not perpendicular, I do think these are going to end up weakening before they could even really get their acts together. This one storm that's towards OK, Oklahoma, maybe could get its act together briefly, but I think that this QLCS is going to swallow it. And then the further east that this goes, we're gonna have a little less instability available over here. So at that point, we're just waiting to see what this other storm over here does, and then we might actually call it a night. Oh, you have friends? You have friends near the affected area? Hang on, what was the name of that town? Barnsdall. Oh yeah. Yeah, I hope they're all right, man, cuz that was pretty gnarly. That was a pretty gnarly radar signature. We caught it before they went and put a PDS warning on it, and then eventually they went all the way up to a tornado emergency. Definitely not what I was expecting. Expected that way earlier in the day, not later, not this late at night. It's a fast-moving storm too, so I wouldn't be surprised if it caught a few people off guard. There's a very good chance that it was. We never got a full-on visual of it. That's the thing. We only got to see it on radar. It looked like it was, at times it was rain wrapped. From what I saw, like the updraft was shrouded in rain and darkness, so it's gonna be really hard. It was gonna be really hard to see. But yeah, this was the supercell right here. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, when it was going into Bartlesville, I think it could have been. I heard something from one of my mods saying that it was about a mile and a half wide. Report was from the police department? Uh-oh. Oh no. Alright, let's close that out and reopen it. I don't know what happened there. You shouldn't be worrying about that right now, man. You're worried about all the wrong things. You are worried about all of the wrong things, my guy. Uh-oh. Yeah, you worried about all the wrong things, my guy. Worried about all the wrong things. All right. Wow, look at how fast that is. This is a tornado warning in Iowa. This storm is moving at a forward motion of 70 miles an hour. Weather spotters are reporting a funnel cloud with this as well. Be careful doing that, Todd. Just make sure you're safe if you're going to do that. Don't do anything to put yourself in extreme danger. Okay, we finally got a storm that has a severe thunderstorm warning from these southern cells here. Forward speed of this storm look like it's increased. It's moving at 65 miles an hour now. Hang on, guys. I'm trying to fix the signal that we got going on here. The signal issue we got going on here. Okay. Alright, let's try this now. Trying to fix something real quick, guys. I know that the signal's not great right now. Come on. Please work with me here. Alright. Oh no. Oh man. So unfortunately, we're already getting some pretty bad news out of the Bartlesville area. It's unconfirmed reports of people that did not make it from the storm, sadly. I think this is possibly from Barnsdall. Daggone it. He was out during a thunderstorm and he got close to being struck by lightning. Told him not to go out there. You wanted to go for a run when that line of storms was bearing down on him. We tried to tell him. And that thunder messed him up. There we go. I got that fixed finally. Well, kind of. Ah, man. I took a little wind out on my sails. I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of bummed about that. Hopefully that's those unconfirmed can stay unconfirmed. If they aren't, then that's great news somehow, but daggone it. Daggone it, I tell ya. It's the kind of news you hate hearing. It's the kind of news you hate hearing, but with a day like today, with the parameters being as they were, it's not, unfortunately, it's not unsurprising. Meridian, Oklahoma. North of Oklahoma City, huh? Oh, yeah, this storm right here. Starting to see that hook there, too. Yeah, I thought I saw that as well. Rotation still looks a little bit broad at the moment, but it does look like it could be on a trend to tightening up here. We'll have to just wait and see what it does. Could this be storm number 2 to try to do something crazy? Let's hope that it doesn't. That was anticlimactic, yeah. I kind of figured it would be, but, you know. It's a good thing. Perhaps that was a good thing. Let's see what Connor's got going on here with this northern cell. Maybe we can see something from his feed, if it'll pop up. I don't think he has his camera on anymore. Yeah, that gust front is about probably 5, maybe. Let me see. less than 5 minutes away now. Strongest winds are still probably about maybe 10, 15 minutes away. But yeah, this main line right here, and the strongest winds are probably going to be coming in the next little bit. You're the east side of I-44, huh? Hmm. Yeah, this is where the rotation is here for the Meridian Storm. And yeah, there's not really too much evidence of a CC drop at this time. I'll have to keep an eye on it. But I am seeing evidence of rotation. I'll have to see what that does over the next couple scans. It's alright, man. It's alright. I appreciate it, Isaiah. What, this storm right here? The storm towards Meridian? Oh, wow. Oh, that's right. I gotta change the music now. Hang on 1 second here. Still trying to stay awake, guys. I'm sorry. I'm exhausted. Smacked up all day. I feel like I've been smacked up all day. Alright, let's go ahead and take a closer look at that Meridian storm if we can here. Let's see. How do we do this? Let's go ahead and go back to reflectivity here. It does look like that rotation started to broaden back out, which is good news. We don't really want too many more in the way of tornado warnings, because obviously this is still an environment that's pretty dangerous. One saving grace is that convection off to the south that keeps building. It's kind of interfering with the storm in a destructive manner. If it can continue to do that, I think we still have a shot at having a relatively limited evening. I mean, it's already bad enough we had one big tornado. We don't want more, obviously. But we still have to watch this little cluster of storms that are firing off here to the south. I do think that for the most part, these will be staying below severe limits. Only one of these does have a severe thunderstorm warning with it, with, as of right now, no potential to produce a tornado. I might need to walk around for about 30 seconds. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Yeah, that section's starting to look more outflow dominant, so that's good news. Still have a threat for 70 mile per hour winds here. Still have a threat for a couple of these storms to try to sneakily produce a quick little spin up. But the good news is, tornado threat does look like it's starting to dwindle down. Probably stay on for another 45 minutes at the most, and we'll begin to wind down on this end. Normally on our streams, we'll try and cover the following day. I'm just going to probably save that one for the morning. So I still got to work in the morning, and then I'm still wondering if I'm even going to be able to cover tomorrow at all. Going to do the best I can with that. This storm does look like it wants to produce a hook. Don't know if it will or not. Kind of leaning towards it. I'm kind of hoping it doesn't. Oh wow, almost blacked out. Okay. All the chases are converging around Oklahoma City, I guess. Are they calling it a night? Let's try Corey's feed. Now Corey's still chasing. It's kind of putting me half asleep here. I think I'm gonna turn off this YouTube list right here. I'm gonna try to use my list here. A little loud. Sorry about that, you guys. I hope he is too. Oh, Baconator's alright too. I told him not to go out there, man. Can't be playing around with lightning like that. All of these still do have the potential to be stronger. So I'm still just kind of waiting to see what happens next. If it can break away from the line, that is the key. That is the key. It can break away from the line, and if it doesn't get overtaken by outflow or the cold front. Unfortunately, yes, we do know contingents. I was hoping for the best, but the way that formed up, it almost seemed like it was inevitable. Prepare for the best, hope for the or prepare for the worst, hope for the best. That's what we were trying to do there, but we already knew that it wasn't going to be good. Oh yeah, we already knew that, Isaiah. Unfortunately, yeah, it was already confirmed. I already knew it was confirmed. It's a shame. I think Tulsa. I disagree, Todd. I think Tulsa's almost out. Once this line passes, that's it. I mean, there could be a couple kinks in the line here to the south, but I think Tulsa's almost in the clear now. I'll give it another 30 minutes just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure Tulsa's going to be alright from the looks of it. Still watch that southern sector right here towards Cushing. It doesn't look as good, but it can still spin up a quick one. Okay, I don't know why my list stopped. Glad you were able to get the word out to your friends. Like, my goodness, man. That was crazy, dude. That was absolutely crazy. It was just how quickly it just kind of ramped up. I just found it just just thinking about it, cuz like I don't even remember really getting a great look at it before it just suddenly went from 0 to 100 like that. The thing is, people are going to have their speculations because some homes were reportedly slabbed. They're going to say, oh, this has this rating, this has that rating. Who cares at this point, man? People aren't going back home to their families, dude. Or it had this radar signature speed, so it was rated this. Man, who cares about any of that, man? I don't even care if it's an EFU. Somebody ain't coming back home, man. Somebody's not coming back home. So, I honestly, I can care less about the rating. Yeah, the point was missed because I'm half asleep, I'm gonna be honest with you. Been up about, what, 16, 17 hours at this point? But, yeah, honestly... Yeah. Dang it, we almost... And what irritates me the most is that this Nighthead, for a high risk, underperformed. And I thought we were gonna get away with this one scot-free, and then that happens. I think that's what really has me the most irritated, is the fact that we almost had it. EFU is unconfirmed. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm pissed, man. Daggone it. Still have some tornado warnings ongoing right now, even still, and just like, God, that makes me mad. Up, new tornado warning. So I halfway don't even want to sound the siren. I'm so irritated. Daggone it, man. Moore's not in a tornado warning, but this tornado warning includes Chandler, Kendrick, Davenport, Stroud, and Kearney in Oklahoma. This is radar indicated towards Lincoln County. 2-inch hail also is possible with this. This is interesting too, that this is only moving at 15 miles an hour. Oh, and severe thunderstorm warning. Yep, and this is a great reminder. Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Great reminder. Needed to be reminded. Make sure you take shelter. It's not that. I was just pissed. I'm pissed about that one. Big time. Like, we were so close to getting out of this one scot-free. Because nothing too big had happened. Everything stayed rural today. And then all of a sudden it just decides to go and just say, nope, I don't want to play by these rules. I'm getting somebody. Daggone it. Daggone it, Mother Nature. Okay, so here's our signature for this storm here. It's gonna make an awfully close pass to Kendrick, it looks like. Let's see. Oh, that's coming right to you, huh? Nice. Let's go ahead and look at this Kansas City tornado warning. Little weak echo region here. Not much in the way of rotation popping up with this. There is one that's very broad right outside of Platte City. That's not surprising. When you have a line of storms like this, things happen pretty fast. You can get a quick spin up, and then within the next scan, it can broaden out entirely. Oh boy. The observed sounding from Norman. Jeez. Could you share that sounding on Discord? I do want to see it. What? You're joking, right? Like you're joking, right? I gotta, like, if you can find that sounding, please put that on Discord, because I have to see that to believe it. Like, that's unheard of. That is unheard of. Excuse me. That is unheard of, man. Chandler. Let's go look at the Chandler storm. Ah, here it is. Wow. I can barely see it. I can barely see it. I got a way to do that. I got a way of handling it. Don't worry. You're good. Let's do this here. Then do this here. Smack, smack. Alright, we'll see what happens with your area, Todd. I'm still watching it. Okay, here we go. Starting to look like that. That's starting to look a little bit more like something. There's a little inflow notch right there. Decent little couplet to go with it. Okay, I guess I can't see it after all. I tried. So yeah, if you can screenshot it and or screen cap and repost, definitely do contingents because I tried to do a little slick trick and didn't work. It was worth a try. Oh, you did? Bet. Appreciate it, man. Ah, here we go. What the hell? You gotta be kidding me. That's crazy. That is absolutely insane. Uh, I almost want to say I'm speechless, honestly, at this point. Just, wow. That's gonna be a sounding you keep in the record books. I'm gonna keep that one for myself. I recommend you do the same, or anyone that's on Discord that's into this stuff, definitely keep that SKU. Mm, my eyes. Heavy. Alright, so that's two cells that we're watching now. There's very weak rotation here to the south or to the north of Oklahoma City here. Or no, it is to the south. I'm tripping. 7 hours of streaming will do that to you. Yep, there it is. It is pretty weak rotation though, thankfully at the moment. Gracemont just to the east of Gracemont. Oh, it's no might. It's coming soon, but I want to at least watch this clear. Let me at least watch this clear Oklahoma City. Once it does that, then I'll rest. Figure 12:30 clears that, and then should be fine. And on top of that, this is moving at 65 miles an hour, so it'll be done by then. It'll be out. This is confirmed to be producing ping pong ball sized hail, though, so that's 1.5-inch hail. Will do some damage to some cars here. Ugh, oh boy. Are you feeling better now, Baconator? No, not 700 STP. Baconator has like a second like burner account. Baconator has two accounts. He has Baconator Henry, and that's a second one. Yeah, 700 SRH. Pretty much. If you look on SKUT, you'll see it. 698. It's insane. And then the effective inflow is at 658, which is even more crazy. The numbers on that SKUT was absolutely insane. Ew, light mode SKUT. So that's the final number? Wait, that was the final number? Hold on a second. 15? Jesus Christ. My God. I'm speechless. I'm speechless after that, man. Sheesh. And that's an observed sounding. That's insane. That is utterly insane. Wow. This one needs to be, well, there needs to be a post-mortem discussion about this. There's got to be a post-mortem discussion about this soon. Not tonight, but it needs to happen. Contingent, you're one of the best at reading those analogs. So if you could explain to me how the date is set up in order, so that way we can recognize that analog, because yeah, if we see this, we'll need to know. We'll have to use this as a point of reference to know what we're dealing with. Yeah, whatever you gotta do, man. But my goodness, dude, I'm speechless. I'm between what I've seen already tonight and that, I'm completely at a loss for words. I'm gonna be honest. I'm at a complete loss of words. It's just, excuse me. Hey, it's 1-1? That's crazy. Kind of feels bittersweet tonight, though. Kind of feels bittersweet tonight. Kind of feels bittersweet. Ah, man. Like I said, we were so close to having it, getting out of this scot-free. Yeah, once we got past 800, things got pretty nice. I'm grateful for it, don't get me wrong, but daggone it, tonight just kind of. You haven't really missed much after that, but unfortunately, we can confirm with the Tour E that there were some people that did not make it. I'm super bummed out about it, man. We were this close, man. This close. Was there a place that got hit hard in Kansas? Not really anything I can think of. I mean, there was like a little sneaky tornado warning that's just off to the northeast of Kansas City, but just as quickly as that spun up, it. You need to be careful, man. I'm telling you, that lightning is not a joke. It'll scare the crap out of you too. Like I remember I had a close call once about 4 years ago, and I felt the hair on the back of, well, the hair through my entire body stand up. Daggone it! Why does my freaking mouse pad always keep falling down? But yeah, that lightning will mess with you once you get too close. It will scare you senseless. And that's not even me trying to pick on you. That's just me telling you how it is. It will scare the crap out of you. It'll scare the crap out of anybody. Usually. Yeah, if only it was, Todd. It's just like we were looking great. Like we literally were looking like, hey, we're not gonna, like, we had a high risk and we didn't see a single violent tornado. Damn it, man. Damn it. Ah, I hate this so much. Like we were looking golden, man, and then all of a sudden we look over towards Homney, and then it took off, exploded. And then from there it was on. And in all honesty, this probably might be the one lone tornado too. That's the crazy part. That one lone tornado to go along with that. And it was able to do what it needed. And it did everything it needed to make the day memorable. And this tornado is probably going to have a violent rating. I mean, I'm just going to be honest. Like, I hate to say it, but it's going to have a pretty strong rating. It's going to be at least EF2. Just based off the damage that we did see before we got off Brandon's feed. So, what does the Chandler storm look like now? Very broad. Very broad. We've been pretty much just kind of hanging around that storm for a minute. Just kind of just kind of patrolling it, and yeah, it's pretty broad at this point. It has a chance of spinning back up, maybe, but I wouldn't expect much. Night, Atlanta, Florida. We might be live tomorrow. We'll definitely be live Wednesday. Might be live Thursday too to go along with it. So we aren't going anywhere, that's for sure. We'll have a video up in the morning too. I'm probably going to be going to sleep in the next 10 to 20 minutes myself. Yeah, you as well. You as well. Well, they extended the tornado warning. You did good there, Todd. You did really good. Just what are the odds, though? Welcome back. Still have one storm that's hanging just north of OKC and south of Tulsa here that's trying to spin out. You figured it would fizzle. Well, it probably still may, but I don't know. We're just gonna keep an eye on it here for a little while. Try to at least push to maybe 12:45. Beautiful night for sprites if you were further away, huh? Yeah. You got the terrain for it, that's for sure, Baconator. Yeah, it's pretty stable over towards Tulsa at this point now. That gust front's passed through for the most part, so the worst chance of weather that you have is pretty much come and gone over towards Tulsa direct, like proper. Further towards the south, of course, there's that storm, but from what we can see here, it's not like it's looking spectacular. If only y'all knew where I used to live, man. Shoot, that place was awesome for taking pictures of the storms, taking pictures of lightning. But, alas, we could not stay there. We could have, though, man. Oh my goodness. Probably wouldn't be able to stream worth anything, because if I did try and stream, only thing I would do is just get really distracted during storms and just start taking pictures. Because I faced directly to the north, because where we lived faced directly to the north. And then I had a clear view all the way out towards the west as well. And a lot of storms in Georgia, most of them will come from the north to the south or from the west to east. It's typical motion. Sometimes you'll get storms coming from south to or southwest to northeast, but for the most part we had a good almost 190, maybe even 200 degrees line of sight around that neighborhood that I lived in. So I had multiple spots where I could go take pictures during a storm. Creepy. Well, there is still some broad rotation over here towards Shroud. It's gonna try. It's gonna try it. We're gonna try to push to 1245, just see what it does. I don't think it's gonna last for too long. Yeah, I think I agree with you, but of course I want to make sure. I know I'm not gonna be able to cover warning to warning all the way through on the stream, but I at least wanted to try to get most of them. Which we did, but I want to try. Part of the problem was also the fact that we had to restart our stream early in the day, so. Still, nonetheless, though. Happy we're making this one work. Are you sure that's a good idea, Baconator? Why are you going back outside, dude? Has it been 30 minutes since the last strike, dude? Well then, if it's not a good idea, why are you back out there? Come on, man. You're smarter than this. Why are you doing this? Huh? Okay, year. You need it. Oh, you want to see? Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay, appreciate that, contingents. What do you mean you need lightning, Baconator? You don't need to experience the lightning. You don't need to experience the lightning. What you need is to go to bed anyway, because it's almost freaking 11:30 where you are. This kid's out of his mind, man. Get your... Don't make me cuss at you. Please don't make me cuss at you on stream. Did I see your message? Yes, I did, contingents. No, just say get your ass back inside. That's what I would say. That's what I will say. I'm not gonna cuss you out, but I'm just like, get back inside. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? What, being deafened or having a close call wasn't enough for you? It'll be fine until you start to feel that electricity like course through those arm hairs that you have. Then all of a sudden, you're gonna feel differently. I'm telling you, I've had it happen. It is scary. It will scare the everlasting crap out of you. It will scare the everlasting crap out of you. And I'm trying not to say the other word. Really am not. No, I learned my lesson, unlike you. About 4 years ago, it was actually a high risk over in Atlanta. I think it was a high risk, or it was a moderate risk. It was somewhere between a level 3, 4, maybe even a 5. I don't know if I remember or not at this point, because not much really happened. But I remember I went out there to take some pictures. It was far enough away from the rain to where it wasn't a huge deal. And a lightning bolt arced over my building. And I kid you not, as the bolt arced over my building, I could feel the hair on my head, my arms, my legs stand up as the bolt arced over the building and then hit across the street. At that point, I ran inside as fast as I could because I was like, okay, I know I was about to get struck right there. I know when I'm pushing my luck then. Mother Nature decided to spare me, so I was like, okay, I hear you. I hear you. When Mother Nature gives you the call, you better listen. She gave you the call earlier, and if you choose not to listen, you might get burned. I still would later on in the same year still go out and take pictures of lightning storms, but understand the risk that you are taking and how it can go horribly wrong. Hard head leads to a sore behind. That's all I'm gonna tell you. But I'm just gonna leave it at that, buddy. Well, in any case, if Baconator wants to be made into extra crispy bacon, that is your choice, man. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, Kansas City got tour warned, or it was tour warned earlier. The whole entire line's now cleared Kansas City. Some people are that kind of crazy though too. Todd, the tornado warned storm is still to your south. There's also a tornado warned storm just passing through Joplin now. Oh, wow. 10 more minutes, y'all, and I'm probably going to get off. I almost blacked out right there. Appreciate everyone who's tuned into the stream tonight. Again, really hate that we were looking really good at one point, and then all of a sudden we watched it all kind of. We all kind of had to watch something we didn't want to have happen today. Yeah. Hope my members enjoyed the day too. Enjoyed the last 24 hours especially. Of course, we're gonna try and do it all again tomorrow. We'll start out with a video in the morning. And then, of course, we'll probably try and stream tomorrow. And then we'll go on from there. If I had the time, I'd probably do that too. But but with my day job, that is possible. That's just not impossible. That's just not possible right now. Is that the video on my stream? No, it's not. The chasers are just really riding around at this point in Oklahoma City. Just looking around, trying to see something. I think that this storm over towards Moore actually is tagged for 80-mile-per-hour winds. And I think that's what they're interested in. If you donated to me $690K, I would quit my job. And you would have me for at least a few months. And hopefully by that point I could invest in enough stuff to make this completely full time and just kind of go from there. But do not do that. I don't think I could ever. I don't know how I would feel about that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even if you weren't broke and you did that, I'd be like, I don't know if I could even accept that. You know how you remember in the early days when you guys were donating, when I first got like donations, I was just like, what am I supposed to do with this? I mean, we obviously got the computers and stuff, but you don't even have to do that, man. I appreciate it. Shoot. If I could, the only thing I wish I could do, but I'm not going to, is painfully, I'm probably not going to go to the Insomnium concert. But I enjoy doing this. Velocity couplet near Joplin looks spicy. Alright, let's go back up there. Gotta find the radar site again. Yep, it's Springfield. Yep. Yeah, I see it now. Oh. I hope y'all don't mind the siren then. So this is another confirmed tornado. So this is a radar confirmed tornado located over Carthage. The forward speed of these storms over the last couple hours has been insane. This is at 65 miles an hour. Excuse me. But Carthage, Carterville, Jasper, Golden City, Carytown, Brooklyn Heights, Maple Grove, and Dudenville need to be in their safe spots. This is also including I-49 between mile markers 39 and 56. So this is a confirmed tornado now. Yeah, no deviant motion tonight. That is a very good thing. Otherwise, that would be a nightmare. Let's go ahead and take a look at CC here. You're hauling ass in your pickup. That's funny. If you texting and driving, I'm gonna beat you up. Yeah, he's just doing his little thing, contingents, as we know. He loves doing that. I don't know why. What? Oh, okay. You know what? I should I should time you out for that, but I'm not going to. I do have a terrible idea though. That joke was in Rat Race. Can't really see anything on CC here. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on with Carthage actually. It's moving so fast it's kind of hard to tell. I'm gonna guess that's it. It's Brooklyn Heights. That's not a debris ball, you dunce. That's not a debris ball. That's just like a rate. That's oh jeez. That is obviously not a. Yeah, I'm putting you in timeout, dude. Screw you. You know, I am putting you in timeout, sir. That is not a debris ball. It's called a clear slot. Thank you very much, Baconator. Thank you very much, Contingents. Yep. Nope. You done goofed. You done goofed. Yep. He done goofed. He made me do it. He made me do it. He said nothing. Bro said shart and disappeared. Yes, he did. Boo make you go bye bye. He he sharded himself into oblivion. Daggone it, I'll be here till 1. Why not? Oh, wait, hang on a second. Oh, that's a little bit more pronounced debris ball now, actually. That actually is a pretty significant CC drop here. That's definitely a debris ball. That is definitely a debris signature. Out here trying to call a clear slot a huge debris ball. What is wrong with you, man? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Dang it, man. The latest I can stay up, the absolute latest I will stay up is 1:30. That is like the absolute latest that I will stay up is 1:30. I'm willing to do it, but I don't know if my body will allow me to. But daggone it, man. It just does not want to give it up, man. I know. I know. I don't know if it's because of my own ego that I want to cover it, but at the same time, it's like, I just like doing this. I really do. Day's coming where I can do this full time. What the hell? Where'd all these come from? Where did all of these come from? Can we chill out? Oh my goodness. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. No more. Sheesh, man. Okay, so these storm chasers haven't really chased anything in a while. So it's literally right in their lap. What are you going to do? Looks like Brad Arnold's after it. Thing is, can he? Oh, wow, it's raining heavy. It's towards Midwest City. Take it from this old guy, you'll be alright. I think I'll be alright too for the most part. I just like covering this. I like getting to do this. I want to do this all the time whenever there's weather. I just love talking about weather. Give her socks. I don't care. This is in more. This is in more, Todd. This is a tornado warning just outside of Oklahoma City. This is why I'm not sure if I'm willing to go to sleep just yet. Because literally, we went from 0 to 10 here. Because we have literally 9 tornado warnings now out of nowhere. So, yeah. Mentally, I'm honestly checked out, but I want to try to at least hang around for a little longer. If not till 1, maybe 1. If not 1:30, then at least 1 o'clock. Don't ask contingents about these technicalities. Appreciate you hanging around. You don't have the chutzpah to give her socks. You ain't ready for what she's capable of. I don't know why, but Baconator probably takes that as a challenge. A challenge that he must win And this rotation's starting to broaden out again, which is kind of good news. See some broad rotation. You need a guy in the, it's coming directly to you. You need a guy in the chair. I'm a guy in the chair. My goodness, how many kinks in the line are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 5 different kinks in the line, and then the 2 cells over here in Oklahoma. That's crazy. Need to know when or if Creek County gets warned or Tulsa County, please. I don't think these are going to last that long. That's the weird part. Like, I don't know what it is about these lines. But I think these are going to end up. Well, let me not say that. You're welcome, guy. Guy Sensei. Your brother and my brother and Squid, really? Your brother and Squid, huh? Sounds like a horrible. This sounds like this has disaster written all over it. This tornado watch does not expire for another year. What I find, you know what I find most amusing about all these tornado warnings right now is the fact that the ones near Joplin, literally, if you look at them from different angles, it almost looks like it makes a wind turbine. That's not fair. Stop lacking what though, Baconator? Or whoever this imposter is that calls me Happy Gatai, that calls himself Happy Gatai, knowing that I don't smile like that. It'd be funny if I actually like came on here one day with eyeliner or something like that, like the little gothic eyeliner. So, why are you calling me happy? And just start grunting like, why are you calling me Happy Gatai? You know I don't smile. Then start doing those vocals and whatnot and just scaring people away. It'd be funny. Or at least with my taste of sense of humor. I don't think it's like that, dude. I'm telling you. I think all this is gonna stay south of you, Todd. I think you're good, man. I promise. Like, see, this tornado warning already now has. know what? Know what? Know what? Know what? I'm about sick of this. So, shut up. I don't know what that guy's fantasies were and why it is like that, but take that. Like, we're not doing that. It's never going to happen. You knew that I was going to do that too. That's the thing. That is the thing. You knew good and well that I was going to do that. Okay. You really think this is. You think this. He thinks this is a game. He thinks I'm messing around. Ha! That's funny. This guy thinks I'm really messing around. But what I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted was that this still will have a tornado possible tag on it, but the tornado warning has just now expired. But that's the Okmulgee storm. And then this storm also just got the tornado possible tag out ahead of it now. This tornado warning now has 18 minutes left. This is one of the situations where you need to stop escalating. Oh no, he could just keep getting timed out. He can have every one of his accounts timed out just because. I will time him out over and over and over again just because. He forgets I only have half a soul. I don't have a full soul. And for that, I will time you out again. Ah. You can't time him out for more than 30 minutes unless you just want to go all the way and you go like a full day or something. Yeah, like the max I could time you out minutes wise probably be like what? Fucking yeah. I don't know, it was like 30 minutes I think. Yeah, there's gonna be enough lightning to last a lifetime over here in Oklahoma. I wish they would pass that around. I'd love to see some lightning over here. That severe thunderstorm lightning is something else, I'm not gonna lie. Good night, Baconator. No more going out during thunderstorms. Unless you plan it correctly. And even then, still don't do it. If you do, you're doing so at your own risk, and don't say I didn't warn you. Okay. Alright. Yep, we'll time you out for 30 minutes. Go to bed. You know what? I think we'll do the same. I think we are going to just go to bed here. Appreciate you all joining the stream tonight. Thank you again for the incredible support we've had recently. And we'll resume tomorrow. Unless something crazy happens and it downtrends. Which I would love to see, but we'll have to see what happens with that. Until then, everyone take care. Much love. Spread the love. Stay safe. Have a good night. Yeah, I gotta get ready for work and make a video for you guys tomorrow morning. So, good night.